An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Hunter in the dark. Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
MSI, yes sir. Illinois, you know what it is. We off the ground with this one. G3, how you supposed to compete with a beast? These boys all capped, they ain't deep in the streets. We outside in the field with the cleats. Me over beasts is like teeth in the meat. Flesh in the bone, God testing it strong. As weak as you are, you can't get in my zone. If I was you, I just watch my tone. If I was you, I just watch my throne. Like they them, don't play him. Top flight running all night to the AM. Check a bag like a clerk when they pay him. Any foes that oppose, I would slay them. See, I knock it at the park like a slugger. Yeah, the top lonely, but I love her. I'm a boss when it comes to this here. Pop plus shit, started with yeah, we knock it out the park, knock it out the park. Leaving nothing unfinished. Hell yeah, we finish what we start. Knock it out the park, knock it out the park. While I keep going, you'll be long gone. And there ain't no catching up with me, yeah. There ain't no catching up with me. Oh no. When I swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone. No, I ain't backing down. Ain't no turning back now. When I step to the plate, hear you singing now. Swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone. This one is fastened inside, all in the dirt when we slide. October moon bring the tide, light 'em up, ride. Whole team on deck when I call. You cross the line of foul ball. We clearing the bitches up, brawl. Light 'em up, ride. Big man, the boat on my shoulders. War paint the face of my soldiers. You got hands for what you can't hold us. Coming back for all of they odors. Floored out the engine, she screeching. Crawled out the bed, but she reaching. I talk the talk, look up, preacher. I knock it out to the yeah, we knock it out the park, knock it out the park. Leaving nothing unfinished. Hell yeah, we finish what we start. Knock it out the park, knock it out the park. While I keep going, you'll be long gone. And there ain't no catching up with me, yeah. There ain't no catching up with me. Oh no. When I swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone. No, I ain't backing down. Ain't no turning back now. When I step to the plate, hear you singing now. Swing, batter, swing, you'll be going, long gone.
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Massive kill coming in!
It awakens now.
There was just cinema!
Welcome to MSI.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Vancouver, Canada for day 5 of MSI 2025. There they are, the local heroes, FlyQuest, looking to take it to anyone's legend from the LPL. Igniting the fire within is definitely something that these two teams want to do, as we get some absolutely priceless signs on the camera as well. I'm joined here at the desk with Emily and with Azil. My name is Shox, and I'm really happy to have such a balanced LPL/LTA desk
we're at war today, apparently.
I love the LPL, but I have been known to cheer for NA teams from time to time.
Honestly, this is the best of both worlds for me because, like, regardless of which team wins, I'll be super excited. By contrast,
you want FlyQuest to win more, right, Emily?
Also,
Already
must be
nice.
Must be nice. I don't know what that feels like. Let's take a look at the bracket on that note, because yesterday the bracket stage was kicked off by Gen G and G2, and after the first game, I think Gen G woke up and chose violence.
Either FlyQuest win today, or we intentionally lose. We never lose, by accident here, and drop to the lower bracket for a content match here with G2. So
Absolutely.
It's win-win. Either we get a banger upset, or we get NA versus EU.
Crazy. Gen G is now kind of a raid boss up there in the upper bracket, and obviously G2 the raid boss in the lower bracket.
The trash mob in the lower bracket.
That's how that goes. So that brings us to today. Let's talk about anyone's legend a little bit. Emily,
Yes.
I'll let you do it because they have quite an interesting story, because many people who only watch internationals may not know who they are.
Yeah, you maybe know a few of these players, in particular Flandra and Tarzan, right? But in looking at their road to get here, I was so thrilled that AL did actually manage to pull this off, right? So they actually came completely through the upper bracket, did not drop a match, and then had, their grudge match, Tabe's grudge match versus BLG. I think Flandra, this is a team of almost misfits, right? Like Flandra, everyone's like, oh man, you're getting old. Like JDG's like, you're gone, right? We're replacing you with someone younger. Hope has been replaced by Viper and Ruler in his tenure.
Shanks was on that WE disaster team.
And WE moved on from him as well, and then him and Hope both came over to anyone's legend. But this is a team that is greater than the sum of their parts. I feel like every single player on it has a chip on their shoulder.
Absolutely agree, and they've already proven some things clearly by winning the LPL. Tarzan had been to 6 straight finals, which he had lost all of. This was his 7th final. He finally was able to get that title, which I think was so incredibly well deserved. To me, coming into the finals, he was the best player in the world to have never won a title, and now he finally has that accomplishment.
I think Tarzan is one of those junglers like Canyon that every jungle kind of looks up to for what they do. And when we talk about this Anyone's Legend roster, it came a little bit out of nowhere, right? And Tarzan and Flandre really kind of completed the puzzle, Emily, is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think the two things to watch for this team, jungle support is massive, right? So Tarzan and Kyle work really well together, and I think that's super important. And then Flandra just brings, it's actually really funny how similar these teams are. I actually think of him as a similar role as Bwipo plays for FlyQuest, where he brings some spice to the top lane and pushes lanes out.
That could be very interesting today, but the jungle, of course, as well. We have to give as much praise to Inspired as we do to Tarzan, and they are our featured matchup today.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, it's two junglers with something to prove as Inspired takes on Tarzan. Tarzan enters the first MSI of his long career, having finally reached the mountain top. Tarzan had made 6 domestic finals in the last 8 years, and he had lost every single one until now, finally getting over the hump in lucky number 7 by carrying AL with his monstrous Jungle Z pocket pick. Unlike Tarzan, Inspired has no shortage of domestic hardware, with many accolades to his name across NA and EU, but his white whale looks a little bit different. FlyQuest were just 1 win away from securing one of the greatest upsets of all time against Gen G at Worlds last year. He's hungry to get that job done after coming so close in 2024. Will Tarzan and Anyone's Legend start their climb to another surprise final, or will Inspired and the LTA North champions seal the deal on that long-awaited upset?
When we talk about Inspired, he's such a key player on this team. He can flex his playstyle depending on what FlyQuest need him to do. He's absolutely the engine of this team. You always hear him in comms. You always hear him immediately retroing everything they do. It cannot be underscored what an important role he plays for this FlyQuest squad.
I mean, they're both absolutely incredible. I want to take a little bit of time to talk about Tarzan and to highlight what I believe may just be the most impressive individual performance in a team fight I've ever seen in League of Legends. And it was from Tarzan. It is game 4. It is match point for him. He had lost 6 straight finals. He locks in Zed, by the way. And this is the fight at the Herald that, to me, decided the game. As you note, it's not like he's ahead. He is even. I want you to keep your eyes on Tarzan right here in this fight on the Zed, and then also the enemy Rakan, as well as Knight on the Casio here, to watch how much he's going to avoid and how well he plays this fight. Let's begin to roll. So eyes on Tarzan as he's walking forward. He's going to backstep the Casio Q. Then On comes over the wall there, looking for the engage. He forward walks, is able to dodge that, immediately turns around, dodges the Casio wall, then Rakan is looking for him with his own ultimate to charm him up. He uses the death mark onto Elk to be able to dodge that. Absolutely insane. Now, from this position, he knows the feathers are going to be coming out, so he can't stay in this zone. That is going to be incredibly dangerous. So instead, he goes down. He looks to attack Bin here and attack the other side of the fight. But Elk is repositioning, and he's going to look for a flash feather pull onto Tarzan. Watch the reactions. He shadows back to his ulti shadow to dodge that, then moves forward. E-flash, kills off the AD carry. This is insane. If you saw a fight like this, that any one of a couple different plays happened, this would be on highlight rolls forever. Like, this blows the Faker what was that play out of the water. It is nuts to actually see someone who has dodged 4 or 5 critical CCs in the same fight, gets a quadra kill on set jungle in the finals. Like, what?
When that vein here, when that vein is popping, you know that you're on fire. I love it. Thank you for showing that to us, because also kind of on a jungler and it being Zed, and it being Tarzan with that mental load of having lost those finals, I think it's absolutely phenomenal, and maybe it's a taste of what we're gonna see here at MSI.
I hope not.
So let's start talking about FlyQuest then, because okay, let's just throw it out there. These first round matchups are difficult for the Western
Insanely
teams.
hard.
Yeah. Is the general consensus that FlyQuest should be the team that has the best cards to even beat one of these first round matchups?
I mean, I think it's this, or I actually think MKOI BLG has the potential for that just as much as this matchup, because AL and Fly, I think, play or are designed a bit similarly. But Fly, it can't be understated how, like, I guess not even quietly, but how well FlyQuest was able to perform previously at Worlds, and I think that's kind of where everyone's like, okay, if this team plays up to their potential, they are very dangerous.
So what's better? Because you're right, they were the best Western team last year. How have they improved?
I mean, I think you have to give a lot of credit to not just Masu, but to Busio as well, and also to Cloud9, because they were their main opponents throughout the entire split. You know, their final was incredible to watch, but it wasn't just the final. It started in the positioning phase. Top 2 teams played for first seed. Then they went into the group phase. They both topped their groups. They play for who's going to be the #1 seed in the upper bracket. They play in the upper bracket finals. They then play again in the grand finals. These teams battling against each other all split long have made each other better. Masu and Busio are such complete players now, and I think Busio in particular, I am really expecting great things from him this international tournament, because he plays the map so well. He plays like a true veteran support.
What is this?
This is another crazy
NA, baby.
It was so funny listening to Inspired in the post-match interview talking about how they were already discussing whether this or the Minion win over TL was crazier for their finals finish.
So they're clutch.
They are clutch. I mean, absolutely. And, you know, it was Inspired making that final call for the double TV, but even before that, Busio, immediately after they lost the fight in the base, he says, is there an angle to end? Can we actually look for it here? And he really has been evolving.
I love that, and I feel like that's also some of the things we saw last year, right? Daring to go for certain picks that you haven't seen yet, certain moves, certain fights. But we also have to talk about the Canadian elephant in the room.
Of
Not
course.
you, Masu.
The other one, the GOAT.
Yeah.
I can be the elephant, he's the GOAT.
Okay.
This is Masu's family tweeting this out. His dad is tweeting this out, talking about how proud they are of him. And if you do not already know about his family, they are so supportive. It is incredible to see. They are joining up to all watch the games in FlyQuest jerseys with the Masu jerseys. And they are saying, we are waiting for you on Masu's home turf. The entirety of Canada is watching. There's some of his family there. You already know Vancouver's going to have his back. We're cheering for the home crowd today. Masu's going to make it happen.
Yeah, and I think Masu's improvement overall has been stellar, in addition to the fact that he was kind of the shining light, even when FlyQuest were struggling at MSI last year, right? They had a poor showing there, stepped it up in Worlds, but he has consistently, since he stepped on the international stage, I think really been impressive.
Yeah, I think he really like blossomed last year, we have to say, putting up those performances. Is that really what it comes down to for FlyQuest, not just in this matchup, but this MSI? You feel, how can they now take everything they've learned, all those clutch moments they've been through, and make it work here?
Absolutely. I mean, the reality is, to take down a team like AL or Gen G, you have to play at your absolute peak to be able to have that chance, and that is what we are looking for them today.
And that is what Masu wants to do. He wants to make his family and all the fans proud, and we were able to catch up with him earlier, how important it is to play in Canada with the family in attendance in the Verizon Game Day interview.
It feels really good to represent LTA in Canada, especially because it's my home country. A lot of my family lives here, and a lot of my friends that I went to school with or that I knew since I was younger. So it's just a lot easier for them to come here and watch the games. So it makes it even more special for me, and it makes me really want to give them a good performance so they have like a memorable event. I can't help but feel the pressure of wanting to do good in front of my family just so I can make them proud. My mom, Lana, and Yuyu, I hope, and my dad, of course, even though he's watching from home and he might come later. I hope you guys really enjoy watching me play. I hope you can see the support that you gave me and the work that you put in has brought something back to you, and I hope to do well for you.
Oh my God.
That gets me, man.
If they win today, I don't think there's going to be a dry eye in the house. Unbelievable. But let's see how the fans have voted in our MasterCard GG, at MasterCard GG on X, and who they are calling the match for today. Let's take a look. They have a pretty good success rate, I think. Okay, 67.7% in favor.
They're wrong a quarter of the time.
Maybe, who knows? Do you think that's fair assessment or not?
I mean, AL is definitely the favorites. You know, as far as the odds, I think I would give FlyQuest a bit more of a chance. Maybe it's more like 60-40 in my mind.
We'll see your predictions in just a second, but for everyone voting from home, your track record is 75% correct. Currently, you can vote every day at mastercard.gg on X to lock in your predictions as well. So with 1 minute left on the clock, I'd love to know who my desk predicts to win. Who's gonna start?
All right, I'll go first because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get booed. I agree with the assessment that I think FlyQuest do have to play at their best and AL have to play a little bit under their potential. I also think these two teams can play very similarly, and in a lot of those cases, the better team does win, and I do think AL are the better team, so I'm going AL 3-1.
I agree. AL is the favorites on paper, but every time we go international, we have these upset moments, and I do feel like if there is a time for FlyQuest to do it, the meta is wide open. It's the beginning of the tournament. I think that they can get advantages potentially in draft, and I do think we saw that they have the ability to take down these top teams like Gen G. So I'm going to predict the upset. I got to go for it. FlyQuest, we'll see if they can make it happen. I hope they can make a believer out of all of us.
I know, you're already a believer, and they're going to turn everyone here into a believer if they win. FlyQuest versus anyone's legend right now.
Let me throw it to the
Hello, party people. I just arrived. Legit just arrived, guys. I just came home from the Kendrick concert. Good to see all of you.
Good
Good evening, Vancouver. Please join me in welcoming the champions of the LTA North FlyQuest, and for the first time on the international stage, the LPL's Anyone's Legend.
You must be high as fuck? No, bro. I got work to do. Obo was fire, yeah, it was insane.
And
Kendrick
here we
recognize you? Kendrick
North
didn't, but
America
SZA recognized
represented
me.
on this Canadian stage for the first time, taking on the first seed from the LPL. Kobe, how you feeling?
Oh man, I am so excited for this one. I personally love being the underdogs. So that
Oof, guys, my legs are so dead, bro. I was in the mosh pit, like on cooldown, and my legs. You know, I took 20,000 steps today.
I personally love being the underdogs. So
like,
that just gives me more
my heart
excitement
rate
here
during
for
the concert
FlyQuest.
was like 160
really
for
started to make
like an hour and a half.
believe last year at MSI, but then
Yeah,
also
the boss training
last
really
year
paid
at
off.
Worlds, pushing Gen G 2-5 games, and I was really happy when FlyQuest
but it was
announced
really
that they were
fucking
keeping
warm.
the
But then,
entire
like, it started
roster
raining,
together
bro. The
this
raining was a
year
blessing.
so that they could build and
I'll show you guys videos later.
on what we saw last year for this moment.
Yeah,
back on another MSI stage.
I mean, last year at MSI was a little bit of a failure for FlyQuest, getting knocked out in planes. But as you say, Worlds is great. They're one of the teams with the longest standing rosters currently in League of Legends as well, or at least on the World stage, as you say, because they kept that roster together. The question is,
show me, Bweb, what is your
it
form?
enough to take down Anyone's Legend, who, even if you haven't heard about them, because as a team they haven't been on the international stage before, they have a lot of very well-known names on this roster.
They certainly do. Of course, it is going to be a really uphill battle, but it's going to be an exciting one to watch. A lot of people, of course, really focused on jungle. Tarzan with his Zed play, winning finals MVP, going up against Inspired, who was our MVP in North America.
All right, Anyone's Legend. Off of Genji's form, I feel like there's opportunities, man.
Both of them being such
there's
big
opportunities.
communicators,
Let's
big
see
leaders for their team as well. As God,
did you see Genji Arnold flaming the broadcast?
Is really where my eyes are going to be, and
yeah.
obviously the rest of the map is going to be exposed as well.
It's a fucking,
we saw an interview from Flandre just the other day talking about how Bwipo is the Western player he is most excited to play against, because Bwipo brings out these unique picks, and I think when we get into draft, it's going to be really interesting to see how things switch up.
Yeah, 100% agree. Draft here should be crazy. Tabe is
all right,
really
guys.
well known
Game
for his
number
creativity.
one. This is real shit here, guys.
Plus,
real
you
shit.
mentioned it, you know, jungle and
Casio
support.
banned.
Yeah, Busio.
Targeting
last time
quad.
at MSI,
I wonder what that means
for him, but he has improved
for the
so
draft.
much
I wonder if it's just a target against quad, regardless, because first game should be like Talia Azir centric, you know. That's why I don't think Casio is the greatest, you know.
And let's get right into that draft. So far here, targeting quad specific Cassiopeia pick. Now that might signal that Shanks does want to go for his Rise. Very popular pick for him. Very good at it. And Quad, of course, he is known to be a very good Cassiopeia player, so sometimes trying to open that up.
I think it was banned against FlyQuest in around 65% of their games
Papushka
in the LTA
ban.
North, so not
Pantheon,
really
Talia.
Pantheon,
Talia.
Don't want to put it on the board for game one. Poppy, the final ban from FlyQuest.
Talia. All right, Pantheon is open for Inspired. I think there should be an easy lock-in. And then Tarzan's going to play Xin Zhao, I think.
First lock for AM.
Yeah, huge priority pick right there.
AM to the BM, BM to the AM Funk. Holy Bwipo's so happy to be back in internationals, bro. We can see that. I can see it.
Of course, they are red side, so probably going to leave his pick
Oriani.
It's an early Oriana. Lee Sin hovered by Inspired. Canyon had an absolute
Oriana's fine into Talia, I don't mind it.
I will say we haven't seen it from Inspired yet this year. We have seen Nidalee from FlyQuest, but it tends to err up towards the top side rather than in that jungle.
Pantheon as expected.
All right, and so
and now Tarzan's most likely playing Wukong or Xin Zhao. I think Xin Zhao is probably more likely.
Here is the Pantheon, and I do like this one a lot because you want to break up Talia Pantheon.
Xin
That's a very
Zhao.
powerful combo.
And then top lane here, Rumble.
The problem with
as predicted, and now Galio for Bwipo.
Over Talia rocks. The E is just
Game
so
one is just easy peasy, guys. Game one is just predetermined by everybody.
But we'll see if Inspired can work around that.
Can you see the future? Nah, it's just these drafts are very common.
Locked in already for Anyone's legend.
And it's not that cool.
Looking towards that counter pick for Whippo, something that
wow, the Galio prediction.
Is Whippo's unique picks. Galio into
all right, now we got Lucian, Kalista are like the priors.
Yeah,
Lucian, Kalista, Varus is already banned.
Before, so
Jin.
The Galio pick here to answer the Rumble, and again, that is going to be 2 globals now for them, 2-1.
Whippo's looking very handsome, bro. Whippo Laila. Look, I predicted that AL wins. I have friends on both of these teams, but I happen to have more friends on FlyQuest.
Maybe they want to index
so,
into some Jin or something like that for Hope.
You know, my analytical side doesn't buy FlyQuest current form, doesn't buy it. I'm the only one, so I could just be crazy. You know, I could be just crazy, but I want Fly to do well. I want him to do well, you know.
From their support role. I wonder if maybe they'll look to get rid of the Rakan because.
But my homie Tabe is over there, you know, on blue side. That's a homie right there.
Instead, AL will ban out the Lucian to
yo, thank you, Jack C, for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Definitely a good ban there. Masu has proven
Lucian now, Alisa out. Might have a little rel on 4 maybe. Because Poppy Alisa's out already. And then I think that Busio, so basically the Kalista ban, I think is the deny Kalista Renata looking against Rel showing. And I think that's going to pick Rel on 4, and then I think Masu will fish for a Kaiser first pick.
I agree with you. Targeting out Masu with the Lucian is good. Targeting out Hope with the Kalista is good as well, especially with the safety that gives Kaiser.
Did you meet Tabe in person before? Yeah, we did analyst desk together back in season 5.
I think good ban right there. All right, let's see. Assuming we're just going to grab our 80k here and save the support for final support counter pick. I mean, I guess, of course, technically we can leave it open. The Pantheon could be swapped over if they wanted to get really crazy here in game number 1. Definitely doubt
Kaiser fish for 5, I think.
Though, so let's see what Masu does want to go for. Like Kaisa, Misfortune, both available.
Yeah, pick Rel here, and then you look, you hope enemy pick an AD. You pick you hope that enemy picks an AD that is going to let you pick Kaiser on 5. This Kaiser is very hard to blind. Masu's a very good Kaiser.
Big denial there. Plus, since you're picking it early here in Fearless, not going to be ready for the rest
Zyra
of it.
Khan. Zyra Khan, okay. This is a denial against the Kaiser. You don't want to pick Kaiser into this. And now I'll probably pick like Jin. I feel like Jin is really good here. Jin, MF can be played. MF is also really good here. I don't mind MF at all.
Funneled at the same time.
Don't pick Kaiser.
Can use their tools a little bit more judiciously, but if
MF,
they do
Jin.
go all in, it's hard for them to kill off this Xayah.
Yeah, and
not a fan. Not a fan.
To try and go some
not a fan, honestly.
It's
okay. It's okay.
Kind of hard to get through, but there's no like true, really tanky champion.
Maybe they think it's like a good denial against the Rumble ult.
Some of those big wombo combos.
Maybe they think it's like a good denial against the Rumble ult.
In front.
It's going to be an interesting matchup across the board here. Love what both the team comps are trying to do. I think both teams have actually gained the tools that they usually
First bullet of the day. I got a nice one.
The ability to disengage fights, and that's kind of what these two teams do best. I will note the Rumble for Flandre 7-0 on the year. It is a very strong pick for the guy, and although the Galio is a bit of a counter in the laning phase, the Rumble can still do a lot of work if he gets even slightly ahead.
Yeah, especially because the 2 carries that he's playing into is the Orianna and the Senna there, so neither of them can just jump off your ultimate there for Rumble. Assuming as well Rakan gonna try and keep him on, but here we go. Nuke Duck and Tabe starting it off here with draft number 1.
There's a certain energy in the room today.
All right.
FlyQuest playing up against, up in front of their Canadian
Let's
fans.
see it. A little bullet coming up.
As well. There's an electricity here in the Pacific Coliseum. We'll see if FlyQuest can live up to that expectation that is building around them.
Yeah, I mean, that one, my eyes already started watering up.
Oh,
seeing his message to his family. And Masu really has been such a star.
Bro, I didn't see the intro. I didn't see the intro video.
Winning Rookie of the Year, and having.
I think the draft is like the range on the Oriana Senna is pretty decent. I think. I think the draft is perfectly playable for sure.
And we're starting out with Bwipo here taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Tarzan's going to chase him down. Bwipo with the Justice
punch. Bwipo didn't proc phase rush. He's just dead, guys. He wants to bait.
Will chase him down. Bwipo no tools to get away from this.
What? Oh, come on.
Charges forward and
come on, man.
Oh yeah, not
come on.
Anybody with that one? That is a death and a flash.
All right.
That
what a read.
So big for AL. Now too, it really changes the Galio into Rumble matchup here. This is going to be so difficult for Bwipo to play out, even though he's gone for the phase rush, so you can try and do your trades and then use the phase rush to get away from Harpoon slows. But it's going to be a vulnerability now. You really have to worry. Is there going to be a Talia roam up there? Is there going to be a gank from Tarzan?
Well, his flash is gone as well, and Tarzan gave free kill. I feel like, bro, that's the best way for somebody to lose their nerves, you know? Like, ooh, just a little freebie in the bank, bro. Just a little freebie in the bank.
When he joins them.
Why not?
First with RNG, double MSI victories for him. Then with BLG, getting MSI second place, Worlds quarterfinals, and now with anyone's legend, going to back-to-back finals and winning in summer finals. This guy has such a good track record, really causing the teams he joins to jump up the standings.
Knockup onto Hope here. Ghost has been popped
by
Masu
look at that.
He trades onto Kyle, but
YamatoCannon not the strongest level 1, so committal to go W and to try to all in.
Both bot lanes hit level 2 at the same time, so
Senna has the range advantage of Xayah. But I think when YamatoCannon reach 6, they're going to be able to snap.
Because he knows he could be a possible target. Of course, Tarzan started on the top side, so it's going to be a top-down.
Yeah, I don't know. He didn't even proc phase rush with the E and the auto. Like, he used spells so late. Like, I think if anything, he should auto, W auto, and flash. That's what he, and then he lives, I think, top. But then he starts W, but it's not like horrible. You have a shield against Rumble, it's fine.
Junglers will see where he goes after his clear, or whether he looks for an early gank. Xin obviously very good at finding those early ganks, similarly to Pantheon. Both the junglers pathing towards the same side, and it looks like Hope able to dodge away
flash
from the crash down
too.
from Busio. Masu unable to land the last rights. No root coming out, but both the heals used.
2 heals.
In the end, will just be a trade of summoners.
Okay, both answered here. Trading fairly effectively. Inspired looks mid first.
Ooh, cheeky from Inspired. Ooh.
Obviously, could see the outline of the
Interesting that Inspired has sweeper, because usually it's like you do ward on first clear, and then you drop a ward exactly where Shanks went. So I thought he's gonna ward over and just W over the wall and chunk the shit out of Shanks. Because it would have been massive, but he has...
We've seen some games so far here at the tournament, actually, with very low soul counts early on. So we'll keep track of how well Masu is able to stack that.
They're currently at 9. Usually you're looking for about 60
Quad didn't base yet, so Quad is having a good time. Put the base on this after catching this wave, and the next one is Cannon, and that's going to be back. I think Talia probably can burn the Cannon wave and find the recoil after that. Shanks, I don't know, Shanks burnt all of his mana to Hope Quad here, but I think it's pretty pointless. I don't know, he might have too little mana to like push this next lane way fast on the Cannon.
He actually avoids kind of the second
like this trade here that Shanks did is so pointless.
They're kind of aware he's going to be back up there at this timer.
It's a swap.
So it is nice to get that little
it's a swap, and Flacos are doing a variant here with their laning 1v2 with an item advantage. This is a very unique variant because usually you hold and then you just base with Rel, but the idea here is to leverage the advantage of Galio item. I know that Bwipo thinks, and he is right about it, is that Galio is very good into YamatoCannon.
Even though it wasn't on screen, if you look at the top minion wave,
Bwipo just fighting back here, he's trying to mess with AL as much as possible.
lot of minions died.
Yeah, I think
there,
honestly,
so,
like the
Masu
aftershock
really gonna
is
be the one
nice, but I
suffering,
think I think Spellbook is just OP. I think legit Spellbook is broken. So I think that this is like one of those runes you figure out how to make
So
work.
not going to invest his TP. That means there'll be a teleport advantage for anyone's legend if they do want to fight around this Drake. You can see
They're slow pushing out. Flounder should try to get XP. Let's see how he's going to squeeze.
Basically, the early gold lead is kind of those minions.
Home got the base through, and Gylo's gonna match. And yeah, main question for Flounder is he diveable? Like here, losing HP matters. It's gonna add up quick. Inspired, it's close to 6, and they might be able to find a clean dive on Flounder. But Flounder still has TP, so I feel like Flounder has like counterplay. He's fake recalling to bait out the fast push. Inspired is gonna look to dive here, Rumble. Let's see how much XP Flounder can milk here. He's trying to get 6. He's trying to get 6. Oh, they're pre-TPing with the Rakan. Holy, the Spellbook Rakan TPs through. And they get the Dragon to secure it as well. But maybe they're going to try to kill Rakan. Flandre, Inspired. They don't have a lot of additional damage there. Flandre is almost 6. Almost 6, Flandre! Flandre! Busio! Ooh, Busio gets the kill though. Kael is going to be very accelerated in the XP department. Ooh, cool maneuvers here. Very cool maneuvers. We got the Spellbook TP on minute 5. Of course, he unlocks it. TPs to defend. They still went for the dive, and FlyQuest played it pretty damn fucking mean and clean. Reset the turret aggro. And then the flash out there from Pantheon. That was very, very on the edge there. But during this entire sequence, what's weird, guys, is Kael getting the solo XP is gonna be crazy. Because he's going to be 6 guaranteed for minute 8. In a weird way, this might benefit anyone's legend. The fact that Kael has so much XP here.
Over the back into the stun there. The extra tower shot, as you were saying, does force the heal again, but thankfully for them, you know, that had come back off of cooldown.
No, so Kael is just one full level ahead of Busio. Both have support items. Let's see where the Rakan map open here. Look at that, he's gonna get... Kael is already 6 after this wave. Look at that, bro, he's already 6.
Kael now hitting level 6 alongside Hope. We have some grubs to play for.
Oh, Lesara base has a watermelon in the name. I see you, I saw you, watermelon enjoyers. Shout out to the watermelon emoji. Yo, Volcanox, thank you very much for the tier 3. You're amazing. Thank you very much. I'm doing fantastic. I just came back from a Kendrick concert. That's why my voice is a little bit more raspy because, you know, I was singing along to Certified Lover Boy Certified.
Inspired around the corner on this red buff as well. Tarzan's beginning to collapse.
Inspired has no flash. Inspired. Bro, he's so bugged. He still has wings. The plant. Inspired. Inspired. Greed is good, they told him. Greed is good.
So nice little punish
this fucking R-Flash from Zin's out to read that is fucking nutty, by the way.
It's interesting from FlyQuest because it felt like they were expecting
I agree, Finn, brother, that's kind of crazy. You don't have any data, and
vision control around that top side to know what AL were doing.
Dank.
Really good there from Kyle.
Dank. Like Inspired had the reasons to walk further and take plant and then ult. So.
For the moment, though, FlyQuest
Crazy.
Still gold lead, likely through
unless someone saw the marking of the Pantheon ult somewhere. You know? I don't know if he...
situation in the top side has struggled a little bit. Busio going in. Here's the Grand Star Fall as well.
Alright. Tarzan, no ult. Wait, did they think Inspired ults went on CD? I swear they thought it went on CD. I think they thought it went on cooldown.
Alright, so they get a kill.
That's my guess. That's my estimation here.
So they already got the dragon, already picking up those grubs. Bottom side, another little bit of a fight.
Because I thought it went on cooldown. Because that's the main reason I'm saying.
Trading well onto Bwipo. Quad force out by Shanks again. That dreaded volley doing
Holy,
so
this
much
is some good back and forth already, man.
Quad force underneath the tower here. You can see that Kyle is on his way across, but there's an Inspired in the vicinity. And Busio on his way up towards top as well to defend.
Yeah, it looks like after the respawn there too, Tarzan with his completed, wait a second, as we get a little scrapping here, but him up to the
21. It's a young Superman.
Players on anyone's legend in their first international tournament as well. Kyle and Shanks haven't been here before. Obviously, Flandre, the most decorated player with that world's title back with EG.
Yeah, the concept was great. Like, I think SZA is super talented, but it's not my genre of music. You know, R&B has never been my genre of music. Like, I like Kill Bill, I like Luther, I like All the Stars. Like, I like a couple of songs, sure. But the distribution Kendrick over SZA, it was more SZA than Kendrick, I think, at this concert.
Back into this game. They still have their objective lead, but the gold fairly close because of that extra trap kill that they were able to grab.
He needs the co-headline to boost his ticket sales. Steph, I don't think SZA is coming to the tour in South America and in Australia.
Really differentiating the two junglers right now.
I think it's pretty sold out.
For Tarzan over Inspired. Next Drake up in 10 seconds time, and you can see FlyQuest and anyone's legend moving their bot lane into mid, trying to get control of this wave. The static shiv complete for Masu will help him push this out a little bit. Inspired is here first. Kyle looking
Alright, that's pointless W there from Kyle. That's a good chance from FlyQuest in preparation for Drake. I think AL kind of lost their chances to deal with this one.
Chunk of damage here. It looks like the roam comes down really early from Shanks too. So if it is going to be an answer for Quad, he will have to invest his teleport.
There it is.
Gonna have to do it.
It was a good time. I was mosh pitting like a crazy man. Kael is looking to do a smite. Kael flashes out. Decisive from FlyQuest. Anyone's legend with the soft contest. They're trying to make sure to push Fly to send 5 people here.
Yeah, nice little moves from FlyQuest. It's first the setup play for them, Inspired there first, you know, on that control ward in the brush, getting just a bit of a chunk of HP, and then the little check here, also forcing the flash.
Well, FlyQuest is looking good.
The ulti, but the answer.
Well, terrible W from Shanks, like it's a guaranteed hit if you do this properly. Into Quad, Quad is here. Pulls him towards Pantheon, okay. Super Wounded Man. Wow.
Grand entrance is going to land the knock-up here.
Okay, FlyQuest. Busio's chilling. He's out. He's out. He's out. Masu's 37 souls. That's pretty fucking good, I think. That's pretty fucking solid. Considering this champion got nerfed and we had a marking of like 30 per 10, 3 per minute.
Really nice
good to see you beats.
For the best of 5 series here, though, with it going very closely here.
Kael still has a smite. What a little goblin. What a little goblin.
That's what you can do with it.
That is, your honor, he went goblin mode.
Yeah, as you say, actually,
fucking stole a red.
Start to game 1. FlyQuest punching back as much as they are taking jabs.
Yeah, Whipper's doing well in the CS department.
With this situation, right? It's only small gold deficits.
Boy, this game is gonna be fucking exciting, by the way. Like, I don't know how this game will conclude because the current game state is extremely competitive. Coming into this Drake, I think the crucial detail is just Kael no flash. Kael no flash, Talia no flash. I feel like Busio can maybe look to win the game here, bro, for the team, for the squad.
A little bit of what we were talking about, where they won't over focus on diving and they can try and go through frontline, you know, get chunks on the Rakan when he comes in.
I don't know if my eyes are better, I'm not so sure, Beats. I didn't use any of this,
still fairly healthy
the sauce here. I didn't use any of the sauce. The ice sauce.
Taken by either of these two teams.
It's open
Next
new one.
objective, the Rift held in 30 seconds.
Yeah, 38 souls is really good at this time. It just needs to keep up.
FlyQuest have a bit of vision of their own. It is superficial. It's defensive is a better word for it, as it's mostly placed in their own jungle. Busio will step forward with Masu now that Inspired's on this side of the map, knowing he has a little bit of extra freedom because of the support that can come through. Inspired's ultimate about to come back off cooldown.
I just can't get no sleep.
As they wait.
Senna's a very, I mean, Mouse is a very well-rounded player, man.
Fighting over the vision, that brush is always my most important objective to look for. Get that control ward in the brush through river. But Inspired actually plants himself yet again really early.
Yeah, FlyQuest comp is very strong, yeah. Strong. It's not the easiest Xayah game to play, I think. So let's see what Hope can cook up. Like playing Xayah against Orianna Senna is not the most comfortable. While Orianna and Senna can fight back both against Talia and Xayah, so.
Before 60 at 20 is kind of the benchmark we expect from elite AD carries, and Masu well on his way to that.
Yeah, it looks like kind of hover up halfway through the river too. You saw Bwipo moving there on the Galio.
Yeah, this is I like the compositions from both teams, honestly.
After the vision just goes the other way, they do back off, goes right back.
All right, look at that. Bwipo knows his distances, knows his ranges. Interesting.
FlyQuest, as Busio has just finished his recall, and so anyone's
I think the lack of flash of Talia and Rakan, I think FlyQuest should fucking fight this. We have the hover from Bwipo. I think FlyQuest can maybe win the game here, guys. The wall comes through. FlyQuest very late to the situation. Can Galio ult come through on the Pantheon? No flash on Talia. Remember, Shanks is completely dead in the pit here. Tarzan is trying to finish off Inspire, but Inspire can maybe flash out. It's so close. It's flash CD. Oh!
He flashes over the back of the pit, and anyone's legend. You got
his flash just came up. Oh, Tarzan!
Flashes in. Damn! And Bwipo becomes dead. And not Bwipo, Inspired becomes dead.
Rumble died. Rumble died. It's really good for Fly. Really good for Fly.
Back through the jungle and should fall here.
Yeah, I mean, he is trying to take it.
Oh, Masu!
This is crazy. This fight got so spread out on two different sides. Each of them
damn, it's an ace. It's an ace. It's an ace.
On the other side, FlyQuest collects so much money there in the back of the pit.
Woo.
So tanky, and you can see we're gonna have to get the review there.
Damn.
The replay.
All right, bro. FlyQuest, you know, you already won me over. You already won me over. You're the best Western team.
Stacking up the
you already won me over. It's okay.
In the end.
You want me over.
Flash there to have to be invested by Tarzan, but I want to now this time look at the bottom side.
Holy, very important fight, guys, for Fly. Like no flash on Talia, no flash on Rakan. That is massive. Huge fucking Orianna ult as well.
Top side with that Galio ultimate.
Bro, I like how fucking snappy and decisive Inspired is in these moments.
But on the bottom side, they forced Hope's flash there. As
I really like how decisive Inspired is. His flash just came up, guys. It just came up. I was tracking the CD. It just came up. I'm telling you.
So much for the game, though.
Just came up.
Scrappy as it gets, that is a lot of money in kills.
I was calling it out. Like Busio needs to find like a great angle. Like the lack of flash on Talia and Rakan, I think is very dangerous that they even did this Herald, you know. They are not allowed to do that Herald ever.
Bwipo so tanky here as well, and just coming back to that play around the Rift Herald, I want to give so much credit to Quad and to Busio.
The Legends couldn't find any traction in the game, like item-wise. After that ace, they can't punish this no flash window of FlyQuest. I think that economy is too tragic. Kayla's had a very quiet game so far. I think very quiet game.
2019 MSI when TL beat IG. I was going to say CLG,
that was a very fucking beautifully played fight by FlyQuest.
Yes, but afterwards. As an EU caster, I tend not to think about 2019. It's my general way of being.
So definitely a lot riding on this. You know, a lot of pressure for both teams. Honestly, here. FlyQuest, though, coming in underdogs with a lead, 2 dragons, and a very good kind of beefy team comp setup. And they've got a lot of options because of the extra globals that they do have. So once we do get towers down on the side lanes too, I think it should be okay for them.
20 minutes in, or 19, and still yet to see a tower fall is pretty ridiculous when you think about modern day League of Legends. Often we have those traded early on in the game. Still the Rift Herald in Tarzan's pocket if anyone's Legends want to force one of those towers down.
Yeah. Plus we have to mention here with anyone's Legends, you know, it is cool. Shanks at his first international. True. Kyle, I got very excited. I was like, oh, he's a superstar for the team. Maybe that's a little extreme, but he's very good for the team, and him being up here, you know, at an international, also really cool because
Mouse is doing really well on the stack department.
Close in the past, but
Oh, goes in for the knockup. There's the charm. Quickness coming out
no
as well.
flash, no flash. Hope couldn't line up the feathers. I feel like Hope could have killed.
Hope will just disengage.
Hope could have killed here.
Oh, just the
Well, he didn't line up the feathers here. How can he not like QE auto and root Masu here? And then just R the ability of Busio on the counter engage.
Once you get your static shiv is really when you feel nice with
It's
that.
international Hope. Bro, Hope has been to one international and he lost against T1
use your shroud to
in 2022.
really remain far back. Don't let
What
that
we
Rakan
say?
get into range for you. Of course, it can be hard when the Rakan has flash, but that is definitely going to be the goal, and they've got the safety.
Sounds
of
like
that
he's the
Whipple
loser.
to rely on too.
Yeah, they have a lot of distraction tactics if anyone's legend decide to
Man,
all in onto Masu.
the worst crime Hope and Tarzan did at international was losing against T1.
Self-disengage tool as required. For the moment, FlyQuest in a very solid spot. For anyone legend, they are still scaling. Zaya so strong as the game goes on.
Tarzan, Busio misses Q. W's out. Masu doesn't have flash. They want to punish, but Masu is drifting. Finds a pocket to go into. Whipple the hero. Little bit too deep. Phase rush keeps him safe. Gets to back off. No CC chain. Look at Masu, bro. He was like a fucking... He was Max Verstappen. Ooh, big W there. Big W. Can KL go? Flyquest don't lose any good men on this fine fight. Oosh! Oosh! Bro, Shanks is kind of fucking drifting, guys. Shanks hit 2 massive Ws. He is drifting, guys.
Impressive for them to get all the way in
Drifting.
there and actually find
Drifting
that
from
seismic shove
Shanks.
and get the kill onto the center we were just talking about. And Shanks is able to cash in. Wow, getting that objective
Quad flash
too,
down.
Getting that tower. Definitely going to be
For the Drake
really
here,
big here
look at
for
summoners,
AL.
guys.
Again,
No
they
flash
rely so much
Tarzan, no
on
flash
these
Kale,
plays
and no
using
flash
this big
Oriani
extra
Banani.
damage. All right, second items start to come in for them as well.
Two items. This is going to be a very fair fight, guys. A very fair fight.
Really want to fight. They're not looking for too much side lane pressure. The gold has now swung by about 2,000 back towards
Weird
AL.
Al Shankovic
Still have 1,000 gold lead.
getting
but it's nowhere
defense
near
from
as
Kale,
essential
pushing
as it
out
was just a couple
Busio.
of minutes ago. Busio
Shanks
forced
pushes
out
the
of
wave.
jungle here as Kyle tries to get vision
Let's see how they
control for the
maneuver around
Oscar.
this Drake. Tarzan is so cracked, bro. He's crackalicious, man. That's crazy. Ooh, Shanks wants to push a deep wave. They're doing the LNG overload is what I call this one. Pre-Drake, they want to make sure that Quad is forced to defend, but he's just sacking that top wave. Because he's expecting Shanks to just base. Never mind, he's gonna go and collect it. But this means that Shanks is a little bit faster on the next mid-wave that is coming out of the base right now.
Really want to look at
This next mid-wave, let's see how they treat it. Tarzan pushing out Busio. Busio gets CC chain. Busio a little bit too early on the W. Tarzan's got ult. He ults the Tarzan W. Tarzan doesn't have flash. Keep in mind, Oriana ult. Oriana ult. Carlo Galilei. Phase rushes out. Here comes the Pandian ult. Let's see how he drifts it. Lands it on top on Flandre. Busio! Busio!
They find 2, they're looking for more. Inspired, chased out by Shanks. But Busio could look for a little bit more here. The remount may be enough. Masu.
Shoot him, Masu. Shoot him, Masu. Shoot him, Masu. Don't die, Busio. Don't stay alive. How to stay alive.
FlyQuest collapsing. I think there's no escape for the early mid laner.
Holy, Shanks is trying his best, bro. But this is fucking Elsa from Frozen throwing icicles.
Will be enough. Busio actually takes it. A little bit less than ideal, but they're hyped up.
How to save a life.
Top side as well during the same time because Whippo up there pushing on the Galio and the power of the
Right.
FlyQuest team fight medic.
I don't know, bro. FlyQuest are so fucking decisive in how they snap. Busio and Inspired are finding the fight angles. Tarzan, he got to chunk Busio, but at what cost? Like, he started such a terrible fight, and Busio just, like, Whippo just phase rushes away, so ice cold.
Kind of touching him, so they go
Holy moly.
off of Inspired first, and you called it as it happened. Busio with the flash play.
Yeah, right now I feel like there's only 2 AL players actually playing. I don't see the other AL players, guys.
And you can see
I see 2 AL players playing, and that's Tarzan and Shankovic. The rest, they are not online yet. They are not online.
Win a game like this because it was close, and they are winning team fights, which is not something we often see from North American, from
But from FlyQuest side, guys, holy moly, they are speaking, they are international, bro. But this Senna is speaking Arabic, I tell you.
I think that's a big thing here. The draft, so much CC and so much tankiness as far as the advantage here for FlyQuest. But the Autocon is getting burned down, so they're forcing the issue here.
Alright, Bubba's trying to find an angle. KLW's forward. Zane. That's a free Atakani, but I think FlyQuest will be able to punish them here on the fight. Talia Wall keeps them caged out, but they still need to exit somehow. How can AL maneuver themselves out of this? Masu and Orianos is going to poke away, Busio finds Kale. CC chain onto Kael. He's a little bit too mobile though, Kael. Oriano ultimate finds two. Massive. GG. Woo! Give me the penta, give me the penta, give me the penta. Oh, Inspire took one. Oh, look at this fucking Pantheon. It comes with a vengeance, baby.
Matsu looking for the chase, and Tarzan will find no mercy from FlyQuest.
FlyQuest, they've got him cornered here in the alcove, and they get the ace, which will turn into the Baron. Game number 1 here.
Damn.
Home field advantage for FlyQuest.
Damn.
Showing up, and they have it under control.
Yeah, bro, I have nothing to complain about when it comes to FlyQuest, bro. Alhamdulillah, guys, they are playing fucking brilliant. Jesus, they're playing fucking insane, bro.
Here's another look at it, and as you called out, they're looking to close the pincer here for FlyQuest.
Bro, I don't care about my assessment of them.
Otherwise,
like,
could turn on one side.
If they're gonna play at their peak like this,
they can again just
fucking go, bro. Fucking fly, man.
Since AL are so much squishier, and Whippo here really doing a good job.
Is AL playing the same? I think like Kale is really underperforming.
And they're able to walk forward.
Kyle is underperforming, I think. Kyle is underperforming. I think Flandre is not finding the right angles. Like, I have high expectation of some of the players here. But it takes two. It takes two to tango, you know? That's not a takeaway from FlyQuest at all, bro. They're fucking playing good. They are playing fucking good, man. Very clean Oriana game here from Quad.
As the push for the tier 2 on the bot side begins with 2 minutes on the Drake getting mid.
All right, FlyQuest, give me a clean little ace and then fucking destroy enemy Nexus.
Also putting up some big numbers here on the Senna. Going to be playing from very, very far away here, continuing to stack up, continue to play at range, and let's see how they actually close with this Baron.
There's some fucking good League of Legends, guys. This is cinema.
In the mid lane, of course, they have the Pantheon inspired. You can see him in jungle, ready to cover either side. If AL try and pull the trigger. Not going to do so just yet, though. So FlyQuest move in, slowly get some extra advantages here. These secondary towers on the side can be kind of trapped sometimes as far as the positioning for those team fights. So don't want to get too risky there.
Oh, this game is completely unplayable for blue side. This is completely lost.
Shanks caught out here as Entra's going down.
Shanks with the CC. Shanks just got flash up. Very lucky.
Absolutely tanking them for days. FlyQuest, Whippo's health bar hasn't even moved, and Shanks has to retreat.
Yeah, and we touched on it a little bit, but Shanks' timeline here is cool to see him on the international stage, but it is his first. And so, opening game here.
All right, Soul coming through, guys, in 40.
Again, look at, in the LDL, he was hyped up. He got LDL MVP in 2020. And then on the 2021 roster with WE, they actually did get close to qualifying for Worlds, but they got knocked out by LGD.
They got knocked out.
Right before. And then it was many years. Didn't get close.
We need
again,
live I Will Dominate reaction. Yeah, then go open his fucking stream.
Stage now. We'll see if they can do anything to pull this one back.
The man that saw him immediately. Shadow coming out. Kyle's going back with the charm. The seismic shot's good, but they just have a wallet.
It's easy, guys. I think the ending of this. The spider's a bit deep.
He'll fall as well. Inspired goes a little bit deep.
What is chasing him to the end of time? I think they can still end though.
FlyQuest, all that's left.
Whip was mad at them.
Whippo gonna chase the last.
Whip was so angry at them. Look at Whippo.
All he's doing is delaying. You've got Masu and Busio pushing through mid.
The TP out.
And will
Maybe they won't end, but the game is still over, guys. The same as the game has been over since the fight that happened in River. That just completely cemented the game. Shanks had some cool moments, Tarzan had some good moments, but they played so much better, bro.
Yeah, take that. Just walk back, pick up the extra dragon here. The soul will be in FlyQuest's hands.
I like the order of the Senna build because I think it allows you to free hit Zaya on the poke, which I think is really massive. The static shift second into Black Cleaver.
It was close in the early game, but as soon as FlyQuest's composition came online, truly, it has not looked close at all. This is domination from the North American representatives here.
Game number 1 for each of these teams on this stage. And FlyQuest, this will be a nice confidence-building one. Again, this team sticking together.
First time chatter comes and says, admit you're wrong.
Teams playing because all the other teams.
I already talked about it.
This roster.
I already talked about it. But what gives you the right to be such a piece of shit?
Some of that
Not here, brother.
That they have been able to build up with each other.
And the trust as well that comes from it. Like, there's a few fights where you see Bwipo
just acting as if I offended your mother, bro.
If the rest of the team doesn't trust him in that moment, he's just going to be isolated. He's going to be left on his own in the middle of anyone's legend. For now, FlyQuest, a 10,000 gold lead at 31 minutes, are kind of dotting their I's and crossing their T's. They're taking their time. There's a Baron up in a minute's time. They don't have to overforce here into AL.
I mean, they've got Guardian Angel on Inspired here, on Pantheon, so they have an extra life they could use if they wanted to overforce, but
admit you're wrong. Yeah, then how about you list off all the times? How about you list off all the times I was right? And then I can do that demand. Like, bro, like if a team surpasses my expectation, I always fucking call it out. No problem.
By Quad to make sure he basically doesn't lose any HP.
Take over the jungle
this Fly is fantastic.
Approach, just in case
like I was laughing at Kato putting them above Billy, but this is a fucking great start.
Shouldn't overextend
this is a great start.
Like that, as you say, since they have it under control.
Fantastic start.
Smooth from here on out. The ping's actually going down on red.
Beautiful start, in fact.
Maybe that's the smallest thing there that AL can still get while FlyQuest do their Baron, and that makes me think, you know what, they're just going to try and hope for that miracle fight at their base for AL, and
yeah, bro, I have nothing to complain about FlyQuest. I think they were very snappy on the engages. The lane swap angle was very interesting. The only progress that AL got in this game was them doing Jedi mind tricks, bro. Like the R flash from Tarzan to break the Pantheon ult out. Or fucking Shanks landing 2 clean W's, but that's it. Like FlyQuest was better across the board.
Very
across the board.
To pull off of this Baron, but with that Weaver's Wall going down, didn't want anything to happen, so they just wait around for the... Yes, gets the stop.
Now pops the quickness.
They're just trying to find an angle of preparation for Nash, but not gonna happen.
Back to bring it back. Quad goes godlike, yet to die here. 7-0-13. Baron in FlyQuest.
I think the FlyQuest comp is very well rounded and it's strong, but I don't think this is like. I don't think this is like some massive draft victory and it's over. I really don't think it is. Like Blue Side is a very standard Blue Side comp, and Fly is just playing with the answers, you know. Talia first pick, very standard. Orianna answer into it. It's like a lot of the Oriannas I see most often lose. They got the Pantheon as a trade for the Talia. Xin Zhao into Pantheon. This is a very standard 1-2-3 from both sides. I think the Alistar into Kalista ban into Rel on 4, I think that was very smart though, because I do think that the answers into Rel are weaker, and then I think they tunnel visioned on the Xayah because they wanted to deny Kaiser, and I think the pivot into something long range made sense. This is the highest amount of soul I've seen on the nerfed Senna.
Orianna walking to side lane as well here, so FlyQuest moving out with the confidence. Of course, they can play all lanes right now.
Look how fucking fed the Senna is, bro. This is the most fed Senna I've ever seen.
Ultimate available. AL may try and go for something, seeing that both solo laners are fully pushing waves right now, but FlyQuest still have plenty of tools to collapse. And with the Mountain Soul, it just takes too long for AL to kill anyone.
Did Maso also play at well at Worlds? Yeah, Maso was insane at Worlds. He was the top 5 ADC at Worlds.
Whippo is split pushing. There's a teleport available for Quad, but the heroes
GG.
as already Tarzan falling low, healed up, and the redemption coming out will pop him up. The Dawning Shadow enough to take him down though. Kyle next up, Feather Storm forward, but Quad surviving from
Okay,
an absolute
it's all good, it's all good.
Full is the death
Respect, bro. Respect.
AL here. FlyQuest clean it up. Whippo TP's back to bot, and the win is here for
What a
FlyQuest.
game. What a fucking game, bro. I don't know. This can become one of the coolest series ever, man. This can definitely become one of the coolest series ever, I think. I'm hyped. I'm really fucking hyped. All right, calma.
Wow. Big stuff here. Of course, we did see yesterday as well, Gen G, the #1 seed from LCK, dropping their opening game. But man, FlyQuest, they look in sync.
Yeah, I rated FlyQuest with lower expectations than most. I think I'm the only one.
About to just join Mithi right now. He's gonna be with me in just a minute.
Let's see Mithi.
Quick reactions on the game.
We won. We're very excited, yeah.
How do you keep this going though? Because winning one game is one thing, but how do you make sure that it was just not a one-time thing?
Yeah, no, I mean, the day just started and we just saw G2 yesterday, so we gotta stay locked in.
All right, thank you so much, Mithi. Best of luck for the rest of the series.
All right, let me get something to drink.
Break and we'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Emily and Azale here, so we're just going to take over because no breaks for us. Wow, I mean, Azale, I'll go to you first. We talked so much about this guy right here, about both of them actually, but Masu in particular, and boy, did he hold up his end of the bargain.
I mean, what a game from Masu to kick things off here in Canada. His spacing, I think, was perfect on the Senna, was really playing aggressive. You know, we saw how quickly he was actually stacking up the souls as well. Really was a difference maker in this game. He had the confidence to go forward and force them to take him as a threat, to spend spells on him and then step back, avoid them. Really rode that line so incredibly well. That's why he's the GOAT.
You're GOAT. I also love that we were all watching this game and then we kind of see the early game down, the very early game, right? Whippo gives up that death and there's the lane swap and Whippo is all of a sudden in the bot lane. They recovered phenomenally thanks to their jungler as well.
Yeah, I think the big thing with Inspired in particular, and then also with the way that they approach this, is FlyQuest have always been really good at reacting on the map and making cross-map plays when something goes wrong for them elsewhere, right? And you saw that consistently through this early game. When something happened, they would immediately find another thing cross-map. This is just one example. Here, after Inspired gets kind of caught out in the jungle, they were able to recover from this as well. And that, to me, is this team's biggest strength.
Exactly. You know, the 2v2 goes bad early, you swap top, they get Dragon, sure, we're gonna dive, we're gonna make a play happen. Inspired goes for an invade, he dies, but Tarzan spent his flash, so now they're gonna punish him because he has no flash in the river. And it was this tenacity from FlyQuest to always make the mess of these situations. Then there's a TP towards top, you know, Inspired is able to find Shanks, and watch how Quad places his ball to shockwave flank Shanks back to the wall in range of Inspired so he could jump over and finish off the kill. The teamwork was on point, the shot calling was on point, the draft was on point. It's a beautiful thing to see.
It was beautiful. I mean, and I love watching that also. Like, I want to say neutral, but you know, I kind of want you guys to win as well.
Thank you.
Just to see that they punch back every single time, because that is exactly what you need on the international stage.
Yeah, I do want to give a shout out to this man here, right? Quad, who I've been holding up. Orianna, AL recognized, oh, they want to take the Cassio away from him, right? Because he's a really well-known Cassio player. But Orianna is actually his most played. He is super comfortable on this champion. This actually ticks him into having a winning record for it. Previously, he was 50-50. But you can tell through plays like that just how confident he is playing with this and how confident they all were with the champions they chose and with putting this team composition together.
I will say something for the side of anyone's legend. You know, the infamous delivery might work here. Kyle, no. Like, the amount of times that he found themselves in a position, like, they were playing very forward. And I think the word was here, okay, are they not really respecting the counter punch that they can receive? I felt that a little bit.
No, I agree. I mean, they were posturing very aggressively in a lot of times, and maybe they were not expecting FlyQuest to have the confidence to just throw it at them. A lot of times in a best of 5, game number 1 is really kind of slow. Teams are feeling each other out, and maybe AL thought they were going to get a slower pace game number 1. But when FlyQuest drafts for Engage, you damn well better believe they're going to use it.
And we saw it. They kept winning team fights in our HyperX Reflex replay every single time.
LPL first seed is almost always cursed.
On anyone's legend, and
not an MSI.
We saw them tilting also a little bit, Azil.
Yeah, I mean, this
let's give AL a proper chance, guys. It's one game. It's one game. Let's give them a proper chance. I think they can. I think they can match this FlyQuest level. It's gonna get fucking exciting here, man.
Yeah, this is the big thing for me is the way Inspired found these re-engages, the way that Whippo occasionally in these team fights
I rated FlyQuest as the same tier as CF1 and Koi.
The fight to get on to key targets, and that was
I rated G2 alone in C tier.
So many of these as you see them kind of chasing Hope down on this bot side of the map. Matsu cleans up. Here he is, the Canadian hero, 8-1 and 17.
Tremendous.
90% kill participation.
He was like, I'm going to be involved in these skirmishes.
Brother was clicking more than
They did all of that without MaoCannon, guys.
So I don't want to be a game 1 Andy, but I kind of do, right? And I'll tell you why. Because yesterday we had a completely different situation. I feel like we had a situation in which Genji didn't even look competitive in that first game. Here, we saw AL fighting, trying to get these skirmishes. You know, maybe skirmishes they would have won back in some LPL games. Not against FlyQuest, though.
No, and I mean, this was even Flandra's undefeated Rumble this year. He was 7-0, first team to actually knock him down. You can see the damage from Masu. Played incredible. Whippo completely undeterred by dying at level 1. It's a great start for FlyQuest.
Absolutely. AL, they stay on the blue side. Let's see if they can start this recovery mission. We'll head to a break, and we'll be right back.
This is exciting stuff.
An update is required. Financial system.
This is songless, guys. Even before this is gonna be a Kendrick song just because I saw him live today. Isn't this Maroon 5? I don't know, bro. I don't. Maroon 5? I don't know, bro. What? Just fucking tell me the song. I hate Maroon 5. Not gonna lie, bro. They peaked so early. They peaked so early when they made the "This love has taken its toll on me." She said goodbye too many times before. Do. Right. This love has taken its toll on me. We are fucked down, you guys. I think, you know, I have to make my own personal decision because esports is going to be synonymous with Saudi money, gambling money, and either I quit esports or I accept it.
Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
No, Anyways Legend is a very well-rounded team, I would say. Why do people hate gambling? Because always any source of advertisement, how do they make money? They make money off of people's very harsh indulgences that can ruin lives. That's why people are against gambling. Gambling sponsors pay a lucrative amount of money. Lucrative amount of money. And yeah, the main thing is like, why? Yeah, because they get a return on their investment. Like what gambling sponsors pay is 10 times more than regular sponsors get. 10 times more. What you eating? Just a prep meal. Like, I am hungry after the concert. Was this a choke Daddy Yamato or Yee Weepy from Fly? This was Yee Weepy, bro. Describe test. It's a bit dry, honestly. It's one of those factory meals, yeah. The issue is I left it in the fridge. I mean in the microwave. I microwaved it and then I left it there for like 2 hours. Not 2 hours, but 1 hour during the whole game. When was the last time you slept? I woke up at like 2 today. Woke up at 2 and now the time is 3 AM. It's fine.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
That flank position, Busio goes in, there's the Magnustorm, only lands on 2. Kyle able to dodge away and gets the charm onto Whippo to stop the hero's entrance. Dawning Shadow coming out, there's the Feather Storm, but the shockwave still lands, and FlyQuest are hungry for blood. They're chasing forward.
At this next game, I don't know, we need to see what the teams do about Vi. Wukong is interesting too. The team's gonna pick Maokai into Wukong. Maybe Maokai is just OP, yes.
No mercy from FlyQuest.
FlyQuest, they've got him cornered here in the alcove, and they get the ace, which will turn into the Baron. Game number 1 here.
And here we are back for the second game of this series between FlyQuest and Anyone's Legend. And FlyQuest are in the lead, Kobe. AL have selected blue side once again.
Yes, they have. And honestly, Medic, I was not expecting that. I need to catch up here because FlyQuest, and especially this bottom lane that we were hyping up, the young North American talent doing so well in that game, just on display. The team as a whole, of course, working together effortlessly, but really, really impressive.
We'll get into Champion Select powered by
I think it's like the psychological things built into gambling sites.
Important to note,
Online games use the exact same triggers. League of Legends. Like,
on that rumble gave Tarzan only his third loss.
it's the same exact psychological manipulation.
Alongside the Casio, same band so far from AL.
Or indulgence, whatever you want to call it. Right, more mid lane bans.
On the bench as well.
We're gonna see a little Shanks Rise, maybe. If Shanks Rise is the way.
I'm kind of expecting
Like was banned Varus this time around.
You know, like a Scion or Ornn or something like that, because Whippo does have counter pick on red side again. And I'm assuming that AL might want to go for more like normal 5-on-5 team fighting this time around, but
this is the first international for most players in AL. For Kayle and Shanks it is, yeah.
On here, the Varus remains banned from the bottom lane, such high priority on that one, so not too big of surprises yet.
And Renekton is going to get taken off of the cards here as well by AL. So denying Whippo.
Because now the Casio ban makes more sense, because now they're lining up for a Rise pick, hands up for 20, they can watch for the tier 2, appreciate that. Because now Rise is very strong, I think.
In the mid lane. Where are we looking first pick? Vi's got her way through. She was banned out in game 1. Rise instead.
And then the question is if Inspired picks Wukong here.
Time around with that Casio ban, they do go into it here.
What could play like Syndra maybe?
And that could be a lot more looks at split.
I don't know, Annie is out, guys. Alzir is out, Casio's out, Orianna, Thalia. It's like Syndra you could play maybe. I don't like the likes of like Aurora. I'm not a big fan of the Victor. I feel like Victor is too slow of a champ. Fine matchup, but I just think Victor is kind of weak as a champ. Yon into Rise is very hard for Yon, I think.
All in red pen, let's go anyone's legend 3-0, and then in blue pen 3-1. That would just adjust it the base.
Gotta keep up with the time.
I think this makes a very easy Wukong lock-in here for Tarzan.
Being locked in here for FlyQuest.
It's a very easy Wukong lock-in, I think.
You see the more common pairing, like I was talking about with the burstier champions that are available, but still very good here as far as an initiator, and Quad is always so good on those control mages. So what's going to be the
I wonder if Flounder's going to pick Gwen here as well. Because I do think that Rise can really set up Gwen for a successful game, and Gwen is very good against what's showing already. I think Wukong was way better here. I don't know if the blind pick top they're going to be picking here is weak against tanks. Because if they pick, for example, Jace top here together with Trundle, then Trundle masked the Jace really, really well. But I think Wukong is generally just better into Vi. So unless they're picking like Jace top, which would surprise me really much.
If you do have winning lanes, if you do have pushing lanes,
but Yorick, okay.
And this is super common here.
Yorick.
They bring back Flandre's Yorick, even
Let's see
though
what, like, this is going to be a Renekton, I think. Whippo Renekton.
As well, which is a huge nerf.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be split pushing again. This is going to be AL pulling them across the map, or at least trying to do that.
What will Whippo answer with? Things that
Ooh, Renekton is actually banned, guys. I didn't even fucking spot that. Good shout. Good shout. Alright, this is a counter as well, guys. This is a counter because you don't want to pick Cho'Gath, guys, into Trundle showing. You don't want to pick Cho'Gath into Trundle showing. Mordekaiser just kidnaps Yorick. You leave the wife behind, the ghouls behind. This is a counter, yeah. This is a counter. Let's see how it works out.
Also give you some options for answering some.
The main issue for Mordekaiser is that he can die very easy to ganks, like in from 1 through 5. And I think that he's not the strongest in swaps through 1 to 5. But when he gets 6, he can play. So basically, if Morde ults Yorick, the wife doesn't come along, I think. But yeah, I have some vague memory that they changed it. No, did they change it? Did they change it?
Ezreal removed once again from Masu, so it does look like we're going to have AD carry focused bans as we did in game 1.
Okay, yeah, things like the Corki still available, the Jin still available. Pretty common options down there. Misfortune.
And Lucian's
Not
still
that
up
big of a
for
priority.
Masu if he wants it. But yeah, also Callista has made her way through. If you do want like Callista plus Renata, it would be quite nice against a composition trying to dive onto you. Bard is the ban away from Kael.
Yeah, kind of assuming FlyQuest might want to try and like start stacking dragons.
The ring no longer follows Yorick into Mordekaiser. Undocumented new effect, the Maiden now follows Yorick into Mordekaiser's Realm of Death, and the ring is out then. So the wife stays. So the ghouls disappear and the cage leaves. Okay.
We mentioned it in that second.
Hey, we actually have so many Shadow Isle champs.
Yeah, you go into that dragon stacking, so you can try and
So wife goes into the Shadow of Death realm. Is this some lore garbage? I feel like it's some lore garbage. No, it's like Yorick is the gravekeeper.
22, where it was Impact who brought it out. Who was playing on
Is Kael picking?
At the time, apparently.
Wait, like, are they picking Nico blind here, guys?
To bring out the Mordekaiser.
Kael, Nico blind?
LTA South rather than LTA North, but
I think it's Nautilus is open on fire.
Here for Hope. He's brought out 8 times so far.
Because there's Renata and Nico, the combos with Callista. Corki AD is good here.
Support, some sort of front line here.
You got Alistair, you've got Leona.
I agree, love is really OP.
Nico, if you're just trying to get onto the boards,
love is gonna get you killed.
Well in this sort of situation. Poppy as well, if you really want
the
to go
Nico. Is Lucio gonna go Leona or Nautilus here? I think that's the way, no? Pivot out of Renata. Don't pick Renata, I think, is the Nico showing.
But still good.
Unless your thought process is, I don't want to give Trundle value, fuck Trundle, I'm playing Renata here, I'm a range champ, and I don't want to give Trundle value. I think could be the way. Because against Trundle, against... yeah, I think that's just what it is.
Here for the bottom lane. See if they can get any sort of dragon focus going.
I think the matchup is not the easiest.
They do have a lot of momentum coming off of game number 1. They look calm though. They don't look too overhyped. So that is
unlike us. Yeah. Who are pretty excited about the result of the first game, if only because it spells what hopefully is a close 5-game series. This time though, both compositions seem to want to do things a little bit differently. Last game, both of them wanted to get into those fights. We saw full 5v5s a lot of the time. Here, FlyQuest looking for that dragon stacking you were talking about, whereas AL, their side lane pressure later on in the game with a Yorick and with a
yeah, I just don't know how good this Mordekaiser will be. That's my question. That's my question.
Going to be, are they going to move for Tarzan to have either a delayed invade or, you know, try and get some sort of 1v1? You know, you want to use some pushing lanes to try and go find the vibe.
Yeah, the Rise first pick was powerful.
Really good early
is Nuktak sporting a mullet?
And he has done that previously.
Bro, he said short on the sides, not in the back. That's his haircut.
Seconds time. It's Tarzan. Everyone
yeah, I do think that I'm leaning towards an AL win here. I'm leaning towards an AL win. This seems to me like a very AL standard, like a Rise Yorick. That's a very standard AL comp.
It's the nature team, bro.
True.
Save the trees, save the bees, save the seas.
Yeah, they could bring that back.
They've actually had so many of those.
Everything comes down to like the Mordekaiser's condition in this one.
For the team, and have done a lot of good. Planted a lot of trees, saved a lot of bees.
And now looking to take down the first seed from the LPL as we get on into the map. As you said, looking for that Tarzan late invade possibility. At the moment, both the entrances to the jungle are warded off by FlyQuest. Doesn't mean they've invested those warding trinkets early on, but will spot Tarzan if he decides to step forward.
Also, the side lane brush ward. It's always important there for that matchup. Here it begins, the early information. Now, a lot of times, too, that can be looking at second Raptor spawn. So you can get your second timer there, and sometimes it is like ill-advised to start your Raptors because a 4-minute re-invade from enemy jungle could be super dangerous, and so Inspire just goes down, start his blue buff side.
Looks like both junglers will be pathing to opposite sides of the map this time, as Tarzan is also starting on his blue. Have been informed The last time North America beat the LPL in even a single game was back in 2023 MSI, where Golden Guardians took a game off BLG, losing the series in the end. Obviously, we've talked about the fact that Team Liquid are the only North American team to ever take a best-of-5 off the LPL.
Yeah. Master this time around, too, on such a different style champion. He was very good on the Senna. Really good stacking pace for him in the previous game. Very good positioning. This time around, though, on Kalista. Still having to respect the power of the Nico, despite those nerfs.
Oh, the blundering dodge was nasty.
With both balls for first blood.
Oh, blundering.
Strikes again, and he gets a solo kill. I will remind
that was fucking nasty, by the way. He was so patient, got the level 2, and went through the Mordekaiser to dodge the Q.
His flash this time as well. Yeah. So he's held on to that summoner.
Definitely not mega cope. But I mean, it really is kind of scary though. If it turns into Flandre mega split push here. That has been something that they have been able to find so much success with.
So the reason Bubba goes for this is he's got 3 ghouls ready to be spawned. Sorry, Flandre has 3 ghouls ready to spawn, but he's not level 2. So Bubba has got the level advantage, thinks he can trade in. Flandre steps forward.
He does the E.
To minion, gets that level 2, and then Bubba is pretty done for.
He got pretty fisted.
Missed his claw there as well.
To dodge the Q through was fucking nasty, bro. That's
not the best sign when a Yorick starts getting ahead in the individual.
The thing is, Mordekaiser being behind in this game is game losing, guys. If he can't lane against either Ryze or Yorick, like what's the point of this champ? And apparently his wife follows him as well. That's a dedicated wife right there, man. Yorick's wife like deserves more respect. I think the Los Ratones guys, they started the trend of disrespecting Yorick's wife, but this is a proper partner. This wife, this SO, the significant other, this is a proper partner that is really doing a good job.
Nice little bit of pathing from Tarzan as well. Did go top to bot, but then
please don't send subliminals. Come on, man, don't do me like this. She's asleep.
As is quad in the mid lane, so Tarzan will have a 2-camp advantage through the first clears, but Inspired's already back out on the map. Double longsword for him. Will be spotted by that shape splitter clone coming out from Kyle.
Man, that Corky CS.
Tarzan is double crabbing, bro.
Yeah, Kyle's been hitting a lot of these
Spiders shedding a tear. Spiders base.
Heals.
This is awkward because Flacos can't hard trade here because they don't know if Trundle base or not, and Vi already left on vision, so.
Game for them.
Standard business.
Let's see. Should just be
Tarzan is gonna just look to collect the dragon.
For Inspired.
He's going to just clear these 2 camps here top side, do chickens too, and then just start bonking. Start bonking, bro. He's just gonna start bonking.
Just looking for their farm. And as you said,
bot lane's getting blasted. To be fair, you know, FlyQuest had a good game. I had the point that FlyQuest have the highest ceiling of any Western teams, but I'm worried about the consistency. Maybe I'm still right, you know, maybe I'm still right. My predictions are still awake and alive. Ooh, that's a Q miss. They pushed you forward. I like that from FlyQuest. Ooh, Masu just flashing forward as well. Ooh, Masu was clean, bro. Tell me this wasn't Viper-esque. This was so Viper-esque.
From Hope in exchange, so 3 summoner spells down for each of the bottom lane. Hope holds onto his flash though. Also worth mentioning that AL are doing such a good job of keeping track of Inspired.
All right, next one is Cannon. It's a good base.
Shanks was able to go play.
This is just catching that, then basing on Cannon.
And AL getting their CS leads in both.
Yeah, the matchup is not easy. That's why the Renata pick is like you pick the Renata to the 9 Trundle value, but the matchup is not super easy, you know.
Couple of pings from AL coming out on this dragon with Inspired helping quad.
Yeah, this Kalista is only speaking Arabic. He was like A'udhu Billah, and then he just said so be it, and then the beat started playing. What do you favor if this game goes long? Yeah, I think that Ryze and Yorick are gonna shatter side lanes completely, and That's gonna be the problem. Skirmishes here on blue side should be stronger, especially with the condition of MordekaiSer now with Flandre being accelerated. Oh, this is a very important crabs. This is Tarzan 6. Oh, the pillar on Inspire. Can I get this flash? Where's the root sandstorm? Shanks doesn't connect, doesn't want to flash for it, which is understandable. I wouldn't want to flash either. This flash is quite important. I feel like Tarzan, okay, he's looking to pressure the Vi out completely. Kael and Hope. That's the clone spotting Vi. Trundle doesn't smite here. I like the fact that Tarzan pushes out Inspired and takes his camps before he does the objective. Now maybe he's gonna collect Drake. He's gonna eat Drake? No, he's keeping tempo because of the spawn of the grubs. He's not going for Drake. He knows Vi is not gonna go for Drake, so he's keeping tempo here, making sure that Inspire doesn't get a recovery. He wants to look and pressure invade on enemy red. I like this from Tarzan. Holy demonic, look at him. He's going to Ooga Booga into the red and chickens. Ooga Booga. You have a Ryze mid lane that wants a party. He doesn't want a party, he's basing. No party. Welcome to the party.
Flandre going to use the maiden to help collect it.
Alright, MordekaiSer is now hovering to defend the river and check the chickens. He also warded. MordekaiSer being a good homie. Alright, so FlyQuest gets 6 on Inspired. Tarzan doesn't get any punish off. I thought they were lining up for an invade. Tarzan just walks in and collects a smite. That is fucking Giga Chat behavior. Ooh. Ooh.
I think Tarzan might have got that one.
Yeah, I think if AO were coordinated with Ryze base onto the red, I think maybe it could have done more. Tarzan just walks in with his big ass bat. Why didn't Whip ult him? Because he loses. He loses and dies.
The mites for their Yorick and for their Ryze later on. Huge. That's why FlyQuest really wanted to try and sneak one and go for that play.
Just disrespectful as well.
I guess in the end, the thought process from AL was, fuck the invade on red, fuck the Drake, we want to be ready for grubs. That's the only thing they cared about. They only cared about grubs, which makes sense considering they have Ryze and Yorick.
It's always a risk when you spawn it to push out the waves that you get ganked. It's then on a 2.5 minute cooldown early game. It can be very hard to actually get control of your lane once again.
Look at that crab spawning.
Side of the map as Quad trades with Shanks in mid.
Great out Shankovic. Inspired is getting chased away. The Panda cage comes through. I like the fucking confidence of Flandre where Trundle is in the river.
And we'll see if that becomes one of the factors here later on into the game. Even with that added benefit of the extra money that was given over early on. All of the members of AL with their gold leads at the moment that all add up and contribute to their overall advantage in the game.
Nothing surpassing 300.
Good to see his numbers here on everybody on blue side. Everybody's ahead. Tarzan has gotten every single piece of seafood. This is fucking Blabber's wet dream. He's watching Tarzan's gameplay here. You got every single crab.
At level 6, you still have a bit of time to really accelerate the game for her.
Body hit the floor.
Just farming, heading on out too. Looks like it is going to be the Dragon startup. Oh no, he actually just pops over.
The body's hit the floor.
Tarzan there pulls it out. And they
Inspired's on Razor Beaks, right? So it should be an easy enough secure here for Tarzan. No way for Inspired.
They have ultimates on FlyQuest bot lane. Kyle is marking and trying to harass him as much as possible.
Obviously, they got those grubs a little bit earlier on. No real opportunity for FlyQuest to get anything else while that's happening. Often you talk about cross-map plays, you talk about doing something on the top side, but Flandre already has Sheen and Phage and the Maiden up. It's really hard to kill that Yorick unless you can really burst him down quickly.
Yeah. Always standing back, giving respect as well.
I'm really intrigued by how the mid lane pool is going to develop as the series continues.
Plus the extra dragon here, definitely going to.
Yeah, I don't know. If the Maiden follows you into the ult, I don't give a shit about MordekaiSer, bro. I forgot they made that change. And that to me isn't exciting enough.
Looking to collect, stack up himself, continue to farm. Even get some upgrades.
The wife follows to the darkness.
Before they bring together their team fight.
Ooh, Vi is lane ganking. They're too low. I thought they're gonna Callisto ult and just snap here. But Rise is maybe hovering. They're afraid of Rise.
AL do
Make him remember you.
Both the junglers actually tracking each
Okay, I missed.
a lot through this early game.
There we go. Here they go. CC Chain, Callisto Ultimate, R Flash. A lot burned here from FlyQuest. Busio, Busio, Busio. Here comes Tarzane with the baton. I think that's GG, guys. I think that's GG. I think that's GG, GG, yeah, da, da. Whippo also down. That's over, lads. Anyone's legend. Trundle with the live, and then did you see that mini game that appeared, guys? Did you see that cheeky little mini game that happened on screen where everyone was playing around Renata passive? That was pretty fucking cool, man. Flanderoni Tromboni. You know, I gave Flandre a lot of props coming into this tournament because Flandre literally this year is really like he really is dank in the innovation department. Because one thing that Flandre's got going on for himself. Wow.
That was close. Okay.
Wow.
I can see why Whippo thought that maybe he'd take that 1v1, but then the last rights healing, the eulogy of the Isles.
What I want to say is Flandre, he invented tank Jace. He brought in Yorick. He made Sion like fucking blind pickable for everybody globally. Like he fucking invented some real shit, man. He's a great fucking Yorick. We have some good Chinese Yoricks. Like China really loves Yorick Mori. Yorick
just
Mori.
just after they kill Hope as well, right?
Grave digger, I will shovel. That's what I assume he says.
Maybe Busio can bail out his bot lane.
It's crazy that the Y follows to the Mordekaiser ult though. That's stupid, I think. I don't know. That's silly, I think. That shouldn't be a thing.
Bopping him down, probably either way. Tarzan here, off to a very nice start.
As is Flandre, he's got his Triforce complete as well, a 1.2k gold lead on this Yorick that I don't think we really expected to be played with his base armor nerfs, with the other nerfs he's received over the last couple of patches. It is very much already a pocket pick, and when pocket picks get nerfed, often you don't see them anymore. Inspired knows that someone's sneaking away his red buff. Busio in the area as Inspired goes in with the Vault Breaker, but Tarzan's already got the smite. And AL will force Inspired away.
I'm just talking with Gilius because we were together at the concert.
Fully warded up through the jungle.
It was a good time.
This is where it starts to become very dangerous in the rotations for FlyQuest, since they are so far behind. So far in the back foot, the Realm War could come through. Shanks though just walks over.
It's Kyle actually. I know it can be confusing.
I feel like they're gutting Mori a bit. But the QSS thing is a big buff. No, other pets disappear for sure, guys. I'm pretty sure other pets disappear. Bro, fucking Volibear E disappears. E. Tarzane, look at that fucking mechanical play from Tarzane. Ooh, they are so rude. They're so mean. Oh, cheeky from Whip. You got a little snack. Right. Not too bad. At least we didn't get the 7-1 scoreline, the Brasilio. We ain't sending nobody to Brazil.
Well. They extend their gold lead and they continue to push on the sides. On the bottom, they are at least for FlyQuest going to be able to shove in that wave, but that is so good for AL. Flandre just even wailing away on the secondary turret too.
Yeah, this matchup used to be unplayable for Yorick before the change.
So strong now on this Yorick. If you want to be strong at home as well while you're watching the action unfold, keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning into MSI. All you need to do is be logged in and watching on lollysports.com.
All you need is love.
Loot. Inspired caught out a little bit here. The Tangle Barb's not going to connect there.
And Flandre really credited with bringing that Yorick after the rework
to
prominence for the top lane. You know, AL really jumping on that champion and making such good use of it. So
we listened so much Kendrick in the car, driving to Cologne to the Kendrick concert. It was a good time. But then on the way back, we were listening to classics only, like Amy Winehouse. We were listening to Scorpions. We were listening to Kansas. We listened to some Queen, some Led Zeppelin. Bro, we listened to some Avenged Sevenfold.
Going to be losing ground on the side lanes since it's an accelerated Yorick, and you do have the Rise on the other side.
Looks like it's Quad who's going to be answering.
Did you go with Gilligan? Yeah, I went with Gilligan.
And talked about picks. This is the sort of thing you
Me
need
and
my
the father of my godchildren was my +1 because Alana couldn't go because she had tournament today.
Rift Herald used by Tarzan in the mid lane after they claimed the Cloud Drake will be a Mountain Soul once again in this series, and with the Rift Herald charging in, I don't really think any defense can be mounted by FlyQuest. They see control of the mid wave. The Rift Herald will charge forward. Quad here now to try and defend the tier 2. Inspired all the way over at the Wolves.
Drake collected. I don't see the angle in for FlyQuest, guys. The champions are all kind of like dog shit, you know.
They decide enough's enough.
That's why, like the Kalista Renata, I don't know. Like you made your matchup losing, in my opinion. You made it losing for the purpose of making Trundle less useful. But Trundle already has a job, you know. He already has employment. He doesn't need another job. His job is to beat the shit out of Vi and Mordekaiser and Pillar Victor and Kalista. Like that's chill, you know. It's chilling. There's no rush there, you know.
That it almost feels like the reverse, even though it is a different style. But here's the attempt on the play.
Shanks rushes away. The TP coming in. Victor can stop that.
Jankovic phase rushes away. That's the Mordekaiser ult. Whip with the Q flash gets him. Nice side lane play here. Whip with the CC under the turret. Kyle gets him right under the turret. Victor falls on the top side on the dive. Guys, the grubs are eating the turret like fucking groceries up there. Comes Hope. Tarzan tries to chase onto Masu, holds the pillar until Hope can connect. Kalista ultimate. Here comes Vi, inspired, wants to kill Kael with the Q. That's the flash forward from Hope the Pope. Holy Hope the Pope! Hope the Pope! Oh! Whipple saves him! Pillar on the Q cancel.
As the pillar comes out to stop the bolt breaker, Inspired has no summoners, and in the middle of Kael and Tarzan, he will fall.
Bloody, but Flandre, guys, Flandre is Bob the Builder, guys. He took a tier 2. I thought he took tier 2 only. I didn't expect him to take tier 3 too, bro. Like he fucking summoned the Zerg Swarm, bro. He just called up. He called up. What's her name? The Queen of Blades. What's her name?
Using the Arcane Storm, I assume.
And he's like, bro, I need a drop here. I need a drop. Kerrigan.
This is great for FlyQuest.
Yeah, but then you have the Nico coming down and just barely locking up Whippo here under the tower range, so he gets so much damage done that then they have to have a little bit of peel here, and you can see once they get the Corki to walk down, they have full confidence to go for it. Get the handshake over. Tarzan runs straight down towards Masu here. The mini-map, of course, is where a lot of the damage is getting done as the bloodbath on the bottom side gets crazy with the ultimate used and flashing in.
Masu coming back with the bailout as well. Well played by Busio to put that on just before he died to make sure the Masu would come back to life, but still AL extend their gold lead to 6k. 22 seconds before we have the Atakan spawning, and it's going to spawn in bot lane, but honestly, where did action happen in the first 14 minutes of this game? Is being only in the last few that things have really accelerated. Second item complete for Hope. He's got the Mana Moon stacking up. Spear alongside a chain vest for Flandre. He almost has a 700 gold bounty on his shoulders. The Spirit Visage as well for Tarzan.
How does Yorick die this game? He doesn't, bro. He's gonna hold on to his wife. Like, look at his inventory, bro. Like, that's crazy, bro. I hate Victor, bro. Why do we play Victor, bro? Yorick gets outscaled.
They can just move into your jungle.
By who?
All vision make it so dangerous for you.
Yorick is unkillable side, bro. He can just go and push, and they need to send 4 people the entire game to kill him.
It is so dangerous and so
you can just buy some magic resistance. What's up, King Slayer?
There's always the risk with an Atakan. It does reduce your resistances. Inspired looking to see perhaps if there's a little cheeky angle.
You go back to
give a little bit more vision. There's the
and I'll go back to.
In the end, it was routine for them.
I didn't watch the EC games today, no. I wasn't there to cheer on Alana. I only know that they lost.
Realizing they just don't have the manpower. They just don't have the items to defend.
Yeah, they make the call. You got to go cross map. They can't fight.
Honestly, that G2 Game 3 draft, I think, is the most disgusting draft we saw all tournament long. First pick Victor. in the summer of '69, guys.
Should be able to do, has a cannon wave there and already has his Riftmaker and the Rylai's
The summer of '69. We're first picking Victor.
Especially since you know, with only 2 seconds on the mountain, Drake, that's likely where AL are going to path out. You can see Tarzan already on that side of the map. Is running towards top though, so maybe he is going to make a fool out of me, as he seems to just be trying to
Kendrick played summer of '69.
Knowing that you can always just come back to that Drake if you need, or you can just let Yorick do it. Basically 2 champions for the price of 1 when he has that main.
We had a discussion in the car that maybe is not suitable for a coach stream. I don't know. It's nothing bad. I just don't know if I should be. I will talk about it in the break.
TP in from Whippo,
That's
the
better.
maiden. First target, Marsu's going to get chased down by Tarzan though as the chomp comes out. Marsu nearly cleanse, the Fate's Call used as well to get Busio to safety. Then Blastcone's inspired across, and with those ultimates used.
Did Gilligan say a slur? No. It was not with Gilligan. It was with the father of my grandchildren. Not grandchildren. The father of my godchildren.
FlyQuest really found wanting through this mid game.
Yeah, AL.
That's Soul Point, guys. I don't see the way in here for
and now,
FlyQuest.
this rise here, only 2 more stacks on the Rod of
What is he
Ages
to you? He's the
extra level bonus. They've got all the dragons stacked up, so an easy path towards that soul as well. And topside having
husband
that top
of my
already
fiance's
down,
aunt.
the opposite side of the map is well open.
Expect to see Flandre just in side lanes, making sure that he has a little bit of vision around
I'll
him.
say it between the
can
game.
shadow him for a little bit just to get a couple of wards.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Victor, but honestly, like Rise was just OP here in this draft. I think Annie, Cassio,
if they can find
2 mages gone as well. Annie, Cassio, Azir. There's no mages left. You know.
That's a huge gold injection for someone. It's not enough to even out the game, but if Masu gets it, even if Inspire
his family,
gets it, perhaps you can start to swing
I see him as
threat. For now, though, AL doing it by the numbers. Get in, push the vision forward, make sure you have prio in the 2 lanes you're playing around, which they do, top and mid. FlyQuest have to play.
Sorry, what I was trying to say is I don't like this chain list.
Longer routes, making sure they're safe to try and get some vision down.
That's what I was trying to say. I swear, I'm trying to say that.
Right now,
I just
some sort of opening. But so far, AL
I owned.
Look at the minimap again.
How was FlyQuest playing? They played fantastic in game 1. Really well in game 1.
Make a play onto Flandre. Maybe you can try and pick off one of those side lanes.
I think Yon is not good against Rise, guys.
Not giving them that play, so now
At that point, it's better to pick Victor. And it's hard to blind Wukong because maybe you walk into a Maokai then.
An option. The problem is obviously Kyle and Hope can react a lot quicker to this play than to one in that bot side.
Aurora's weak against Rise, guys.
FlyQuest unable to find
that game Aurora was not good, I think. Like that was a very hard Aurora game. I'm not a super big fan of the champions that Chovy picked in that series too, to be honest. That's a cause for concern, like Chovy's being a little bit too goofy about the champions he plays.
Whippo goes down to half HP, flashing away in the end, will get the shield. Tarzan with that subjugate doing a huge amount of work. The way pushed in, meanwhile Hope is getting mid-wave in as well.
Yeah, it's interesting always, it's like how champions get chain nerfed and then finally they catch up to you, you know? Finally it catches up to you. And then the champions are just so weak, you know. Oh, very snappy from Kael. Very snappy from Kael. Who was the chat that said this? Ooh, fucking very snappy from Masu as well, bro. They're fighting back. It looks like a Nasher to me, guys. Surprise, motherfucker! I didn't take the portal.
Rune Prison in the end is enough to kill him off. AL find 3. They lose their AD carry, sure, but it looks like
the FlyQuest is playing a lot of nerf champs via Kalista.
In the middle of 3 members of AL, will try
if Whippo can deal with Tarzan here, then maybe they can too. They're gonna get Nash. I'm going to do a dead hang real quick. Because this Nash is gonna bleed into Drake and then
massive with his
the exact same game state as we saw in the previous game.
Going to be the Baron for sure for AL, absolutely crushing this game in similar fashion. I mean, it's almost like here we go. We're trying to make a big play, but there's no way for him to get past Kyle.
How'd you get in, Mike?
I mean, it's kind of like FlyQuest. They don't really have any other options, so trying
I really want to drink something flavored.
A weakness of a comp that
I'm so addicted to play
really
with
well
drinks.
when the people you're trying to kill off are just
I think
so
this
much
is the main
stronger,
issue with
right?
these
They've
fucking
never been able to find
drinks
catch
that
into
are
Flandre.
sugar-free,
Shanks as well, yeah,
calorie-free,
he
you
has
know.
died a couple of times this game,
I
but
don't
he's
know,
not
there's something
really
that how they
focused. It's been
fuck with your
very much about how
appetite.
Flandre is able to play.
I don't know, you just
And
want to
sometimes when you
fucking
look
eat
for
like a
picks,
pig
they put you
and
in awkward
fucking drink
positions
like a
like this.
pig.
Yep. And so
With these fucking beverages that have zero sugar.
You know, FlyQuest want to try and find something that just a really
The sweetener just fucking once makes turns you into goo, man.
down first. Then in the mid lane, even though the Corki goes down, nowhere left for the rest of the team to run.
Very reminiscent of the fights in game one, except going in the opposite direction. It's like, yes, you can make some good plays, you can find some good catches, but the health bars are just too big.
Alright, knocking on heaven's door. Look at Kalista trying to get a tier 2. You're gonna lose your whole nexus for it.
They were looking for that tier 2, looking for those
Knocking on heaven's
Legends
grubs.
have two waves pushing in. They've already taken an inhibitor in
But
this
anyone's
bottom lane.
Legends,
The top lane
I
is
think
open for them as
Whippo
well. They're
made
taking a tower
mistakes.
in mid. The root's gonna land onto Whippo as Tarzan continues to
Like,
wail away,
Whippo
and
made too many
Whippo
costly
is
mistakes,
sent
guys.
to an early grave by Shanks.
Like, you can't be counter picking and then being the sole reason why your team lost, you know.
They might just look for the Nexus towers.
But I also think that the draft of anyone's legend is very, very juicy. Alright. Fighting back. Inspired down.
It doesn't really matter because now he
Bonk.
dashes back forward, flashes in,
Bonk.
gives FlyQuest their last rites, read out the eulogy as we go to
GG.
AL bouncing right back in game number 2 with a dominating performance of their own.
And it was dominant. It was a stomp from FlyQuest into a stomp from AL. The draft and the early games really determining how the series has been going so far. The question is now for FlyQuest, do you switch sides? You've been on red both the games. Yes, you won game 1. Do you want the counter pick for Whippo on R3? Do you look towards blue side to get a power pick? Because we are falling lower into that fearless draft. And Twitch subscriptions are back for MSI. Subscribers enjoy benefits like enjoying MSI ad-free, custom chat emotes, badges, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds to the global revenue pool as well, directly supporting the leagues and the teams in the LoL esports ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the Not Like This Hui in-game emote. We're going to head over to the analyst desk to break down that game too.
Thank you so much. Not Like This, also something that Whippo will have been thinking in the beginning of that game, and I think that is exactly where we can start. Emily, what a dream game for Flandre.
Yeah, he was vibing from.
We're just giving him one.
The moment that Whippo decided to go in, right?
Oh.
And you kind of.
Fucking Eureka.
You kind of
I don't know, that's so fucking dumb.
Play, right? Like he recognized, okay, I can go in on this. Unfortunately, ends up missing a lot, and that gives Flandre the edge. And from this point on, he did not look back. He got set up in a side
The second
lane.
all-in
They
that
ended up getting
Whippo
all
did
three
was
cross,
so fucking
and we're
close,
about to
though.
see
Like, this one, I have
Flandre
sympathy
come
for
on top
Whippo.
again.
And I mean, you also
Like,
have to give credit to Flandre, right? Like
look at this, bro. He just fucking, like, Flounder just knows, bro. He just knows. Like, this is the nowhere, bro.
Steps through Whippo to get behind him.
Like, if
so
Whippo gets the skill or, like, wins at level 2 all-in, like, it changes the whole game, bro.
effect here meant that because Whippo lost push and he got solo
Banderoni,
kill,
Tromboni,
they
look at that,
couldn't
bro.
swap out of this difficult 2v2 bot like
That's
they
waffle.
did in game number 1, which meant
That's
that was
waffle.
harder too.
Yeah, and the big thing for me, actually, with both of
That's waffle. Wait.
was, okay, Yorick has
That's waffle.
seen a significant amount of nerfs across multiple patches. We've talked about how much pressure this Yorick can have when it sets up in the side lane, and both Flandre and Whippo are huge Yorick proponents, right? But we see
Alright,
Flandre coming out of this,
E-E-O-M. N-N-D-Y. Nerdy.
again,
Nerdy?
when stuff would be happening on the opposite side of the
Nerdy.
map, guess what?
Oh, it's not
Flandre's
nerdy.
taking down your inhibitor turret.
Yep, I mean, he
Needy,
played it really well. He gets the early solo kill. They get the triple
needy,
but I want to talk a bit about
needy.
I think it was, he like abused the system.
Omi, Omi, home, home,
Of his team.
Rome, Loam, Shome,
Sorry to cut you short. What do you have to say about the
Rome.
draft?
The draft to me was kind of interesting because obviously they had a lot of options where they could go. I I do not love the Mordekaiser as the answer. I like some of the other answers that we've seen more from Bwipo.
This
I think are really good and kind of fits well in the draft. And I also think that Kalista blind is quite risky. I do think Masu played well.
Bullet to the head.
But we've seen this more and more in pro. When you blind Kalista, you're going to be going into comps that are just going to poke you,
Gnome.
They obviously grab the Nico away, which is credit to AL, because I do think FlyQuest were going to be looking for this Nico to pair up with the Kalista to try to circumvent some of that early range weakness.
Yeah, I think the big thing is, again, they picked away the Nico, and even with this counter pick that
What theme are you using in Opera GX? Oh, this theme? This is Arcane.
A really good matchup, and
this is Arcane. This is Victor and Jace.
Nico in the early 2v2, right? Because she was still
cool,
able
no?
to do so
Download Opera GX using my link to support the channel and to upgrade your life.
From Kyle in general.
Something that I can recommend as well, guys, is that you can change your browser settings on the privacy and security that you don't send any information.
Do you think there's more than just a Kalista? Some choices they made.
Like you can just prevent that. I recommend you guys doing that. And then I think Opera GX is a S tier.
But obviously it was a good play, a good pick from Tabe. That being said, at the end of the day, I think had Bwipo played out this top lane more normally,
all right, let's take a look.
Bot lane deficit wouldn't have been that big a deal because they would have just lane swapped. He would have had the push, gone bot, we would have seen Maso go top, get out of that matchup, and then they would have gone an even keel. Because once your side lanes both are losing, Inspired can go nowhere, and it's the knock-on effects.
It's very, very difficult. We saw the opposite in game one. May I ask you, I've seen it now in 2 games. Now, of course, I'm not as familiar as I used to be with Bwipo. Is this something that just happens, that he'll die early game?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he is a player that has so much confidence, and he is going to take these fights, and sometimes it goes amazing, and he's going to stomp the game. Sometimes this happens. And,
I'm using Microsoft Edge. It's better.
Yeah, I've heard that before. So let's look ahead then to the next game in terms of AL. Your experience watching the LPL, because I think we're quite unfamiliar with how this team thrives, right? What is their ideal kind of setup in order to bring us to match?
Mode actually does win that matchup, but doesn't know how to play it. No, he just miscalculated damage by fucking 50. Bro, he's getting his neck cracked right now. Hope. Look at that, bro. They have a fucking masseuse.
The way they play the map, leveraging Flandra's pressure, I think is really good. Occasionally,
look at that, bro. The masseuse is fucking repairing him, bro.
But we'll see. Okay, we'll see indeed. FlyQuest.
Look at this pop out, bro. I really like this pop out feature.
Change up when we come back from the break and see if FlyQuest can bring it back.
D. Rue. Loud. Today. You need to rush Brambo Best and then at 6 walk up to his face and start smacking him, and only R when he uses wall because the wall doesn't come with him in mode R. Okay. What are your credentials, Vile DN? Whoa. What the fuck? Oh, this is a headache. Oh my days. Nah, I feel the need to fucking... I feel the need to beat this now. Alright. ITERM. Leverage. Largent. Largest. E-term. Interim. E. Steve Madden. Dissolve. No. Nothing. No through. EA. Ear. Ernest. 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 I need an N. Where the N's at? I need an N. Here. Ernest. Alright, nice. Yes. Ernest. Okay, okay.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
E. 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 What's another E? E. Elete. Elete. Wait, what the fuck is that? Velete. Elete. Elete. P. A bim bum. So fucking tired. Bro, that killed me. That killed me, guys.
Inspired on the wrong side of this wall, and he might have to flash to get out. Kaya with a double knocker with a pop blossom hostile takeover hits onto no one. Hope flashing away from Masu, who's on the chase with a face call as well. And perhaps Masu and Busio have found a bit of the fight they were looking for. The Ren comes out. Masu will take down one, gets the
that killed me.
well, but FlyQuest can't find more. Busio walking away wounded, flashes to safety. The Realm Walk looking to chase him as Busio.
Okay, saying that, Busman. Have not watched first two games. Can you hit me with the highlights, Yamato? I think game one, FlyQuest played splendidly. I feel like both teams are playing some outdated champions. Like I think if anything, I think Zinza is looking weak, Rumble is looking weak, Vi is looking weak, Kalista is looking weak. I feel like both teams played some outdated champions. I'm very intrigued to see how the meta develops this tournament. Because there's certain champions that I feel like are not doing super well and super hot so far, you know? Let's take a look at what the tournament says. We'll take a look at the tournament champions. Mid-season invitational. Twisted Fat 04 getting so many bans. 2-1 Maokai. I think this one is a sleeper, right? Varus is getting banned, rightfully so. Talia, that was the first slot for Talija. Kalista on 03, Azir on 02. Pantheon 1-3 is very surprising, I think. But we don't have enough time to look at the isolated matchups, you know, to see Annie 5-0.
and not really put so much emphasis on
Since our 3-3, I would have to like dig a little deeper because we need to check like the individual. Like it's such a small sample size, so we should like look at it for the substance, you know.
Or actually does come with them now again. So.
You think Maokai is way left by outside of Europe? Oh, we have like Tarzan is a big Maokai guy. He's a big Maokai guy. Definitely a Maokaiovich. He's a Maokai guy.
Just getting ready to get on into the draft. AL eating fly. I mean, that does
Also, as teams played until now, that has nothing to do with anything. Like, if GAM beat G2 with champions, that's still relevant data. Like, it's relevant. I think it's just a question of like how you apply actual, you know, team rankings and team value to it. Like if for example, FlyQuest beat AL with the previous draft, I think that's a big signifier. Or let's say G2 beat Gen G. I think that's a big signifier, you know, to champion strength currently. But obviously it's like champion strength is decided by 9 other champions in the game, so it's not so binary. I was just looking if there's something that stands out, you know.
Or something, because Silas, it has been one of the big picks into the Twisted Fate, which a lot of teams have been banning and has been some priority.
Ooh, they're setting up for the TF Annie first pick here, guys. TF Annie first pick for FlyQuest. They're really getting the powerhouse here in the mid lane. Let's see, Annie or Twisted Fate. What are they preferring? I think that Annie should be decent into Twisting the Fat.
The same way that you did and get rid of the Twisted Fate themselves. Because if they do that now, then Varus is open for FlyQuest and they can just log that in.
Let's see, they're debating right now which one they want to give over.
All right, it's time for first pick Annie, FlyQuest.
If they want the global,
shine bright like a diamond.
That would usually necessitate that you go like a top lane carry also with it, so you can teleport.
Oh, they're Twisting the Fat. All right, it's gonna be fucking Annie Twisted Fate trade. Annie Twisting the Fat trade. And on top of that, anyone's legend gets Varus. I think Annie Varus 1-2 does look fucking delicious to me, man.
If you think about just such a versatile and strong AD carry, whether you build him on hit,
danger.
Lethality poke build that we often see. With the Jace band away, though, you have a little bit less poke for AL overall, so they will just lock in the Varus, and then we'll
1-1 at the competition.
Their second pick here.
I don't know. I feel like the 51.9
is still available.
Inspired Maokai is coming, guys.
If they went for Wukong early here, they could
Inspired Maokai
or Aurora or something later on.
Maokai Jin.
Look for one of those big bursty combinations that have become so popular.
I mean, that would make a lot of sense. Just think you could also go for the Akali just to follow the Twisted Fate Destiny.
Those plays are sick.
They're always really fun to watch. But without the Silas, obviously you can't match.
Nidalee into TF, I guess. Nidalee with TF, that's a classic. That's someone special. Jin into Varus showing.
And is that actually just going to be a Jin Thresh straight away?
What jungle do we go for here?
That would surprise me if we saw.
I feel like AL.
Yeah,
I don't know. I feel like if you're not picking Maokai, I feel like you kind of lost the draft, no?
Trailing lantern plays that can really help you out.
I don't know, it's hard to pick an AD champ.
Keep the side lanes even more safe, but much
I
more
think
standard.
Annie here for Shanks. Azir. Wow, they picked Azir instead of Annie. I thought Annie was the way.
Things like tenacity,
okay.
To deal with the stun. And so
I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Azir here because at that point I think I would prefer to just pick maybe even Sion.
Tenacity can't reduce airbornes.
I think here maybe you ban Aatrox. And is Bwipo an Mbessa player? He doesn't strike me as an Mbessa player, but maybe I'm wrong. Let me double check that.
Should be able to get some push early on. Red card and blue card allowing you just to do a lot of damage to the wave pretty quickly. But
I don't remember Bwipo playing any Mbessa. As zero ambassador. Set maybe, I guess. There's last picking top, I guess. There's last picking top.
When you have the Twisted Fate, you want to get rid of some of those globals.
Yeah, solo queue, I don't care.
At least, so that is where AL are going. Bard
solo queue don't matter.
Hand away by FlyQuest.
Solo queue don't matter.
Really nice into Jin and into the Twisted Fate.
And so it looks like we are going to be in the world where there's going to be really big scaling team fighting for AL. versus can FlyQuest do what AL did last game and get some early leads and split push. Then was the Twisted Fate, then was some long range there with Jin.
How are they going to do
As I'm turning off the lights because I don't want insects to come through.
At the moment, it feels like they
I'm grabbing a snack.
Nocturne, you know, for that extra global, so that was a good Baron.
Yeah, the Nocturne, the Lee Band away as well, but it's more of a... Usually you can see a way through the draft that FlyQuest can get early leads. And at the moment, it's like, well, we don't get counterpick top lane. We don't get counterpick support because that's support's going to get locked in by AL, and we already have the Alistar anyway. So unless AL go for their top laner here instead of just picking support, which seems a little bit odd to me when you can just last pick, unless you think FlyQuest are going to take the sign themselves.
Flandre is very happy to play weak side tanks, no problem.
Okay. So I guess you do get counterpick top lane, and then you can try and play through top. Didn't work out too well for Bwipo in game 2, but AL have given them the option. Is Inspired going to crack out the Fiddlesticks?
It's got to be something spicy here from FlyQuest. This Twisted Fate as well hasn't found too much success yet.
Looks like they're going to go for the Cho'Gath first. Give a little bit more time.
Yeah, it's not
Wait, Sion makes it through? Are you mad?
Sion
makes it through? With Cho'Gath as counter when you have Jin TF?
Interrupt the cues from Sion. Stack up.
I don't know about this, lads.
It's uninspired to be a carry champion here.
Yeah, he really needs to be a carry, right? You need something that has good burst potential if you're going to play around mid, which is going to be hard because
honestly,
it can just shuffle away. It's going to be
I think Viego, you have to pick Viego, bro.
A very strong
you have to.
You start to get those resets,
you need something with damage. You need something to carry the game.
Europe, you know? Yeah, it was that famous Viego play from him. So we'll see if he can do it here on the international stage. This comp here, they do have, you know, lots of playmaking with the Twisted Fate, with the Jin, and like you say,
I think
Viego can play.
I don't know. I think AL win, guys.
Maybe get some
I think AL just win, guys. I'm not a fan of this.
But AL have a really insanely strong 5-on-5 scaling comp here available to them. So
it's just so strong. Like you look at it, you have 2 solid tanks in the Braum and the Sion, obviously, who'll just become.
I think this is an AO win, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, FlyQuest believers, but I think if you win this, fair play. You have played a Genji level game. But I fucking hate this draft because I don't know how Flounder gets a clean Sion like this.
Taking a comp that
in the beautiful year.
And there's gonna be a lot of pressure on them here.
I think they're getting Klav Kalashed here. I think they're getting completely Klav Kalashed. I think it's just like, bro, you don't have any choice in jungle because you need to pick something that can maybe carry the game. That's okay, we drafts like this all the time. What do you mean? Bro, do you realize this draft is contextualized to the enemy comp?
Support's been really nice to see here in Vancouver.
There are definitely games where blue side draft is good.
Lots of their fans out in the audience. A lot of people celebrating them on their first international journey. You have to remember, like Shanks and Kyle have never been to an international before.
Yeah.
Some rookie nerves for these players. This entire FlyQuest roster, this is their 3rd in a row. Only missing out on first stand to TL earlier this year. They made last MSI and Worlds where, as we like to say, they almost took down Genji with some spicy picks. Here, Quad caught out with the Winter's Bite, but oh, he's going to be stunned. Okay, that's a little bit more health than perhaps he wanted to lose.
Collapsing.
FlyQuest are looking to collapse. Tarzan here across the wall.
All right, Kung Fu fighting.
Spot out the fact that Inspired and Bwipo were on their way. The sweeper gets Kyle and AL a couple of wards, whereas Busioni takes 1 down himself.
All right, so there's going to be time for the recall here, the reset for Quad. And they did clear out the ward, so a little information advantage there with the Raptor ward going down, but nothing too big. And again, this game is going to look a lot at can AL scale into it? Can FlyQuest get anything done here with the Twisted Fate, with the Viego?
Where are we looking if we're FlyQuest? Because Inspired is pathing down to.
Look, I don't mind Cho'Gath into Sion. I think it's a great answer. But you have TF and Jin on your team against Sion.
But you also have a Braum there, which is always really hard to kill because of the the passive with those concussive.
You needed like Camille Maokai or some shit to make this comp winnable, you know?
Yeah, that and mid.
Like something that just would make Maokai playable.
Some setups. If you can open up Quad's mid lane here by throwing some ganks towards the Azir, maybe get a summoner spell or something like that, then it really does kind of snowball, because obviously when Twisted Fate gets to the level 6, then you can kind of transfer that power. So those two lanes, kind of the main lanes for possible options early on. And since Tarzan is pathing,
And it was not banned. They just chose to pick Azir into TF.
be able to, you know, look for bottom side scuttle crab and stuff like that.
I wonder if Tarzan has felt the trend of this series with Whippo dying early in, well, first in both the first 2 games. Thinks, maybe a first blood up there for me.
Flag was bot lane, I playing so well.
Whippo, though, is going to be able to place a ward in the tri-bush here, so should be fine. It's pinged out by AL. Busio going in for the knockup onto Hope. Kyle.
Thank you very much, Bugs. I appreciate that. Thank you. Feel like Annie a little underrated. No, it's getting fucking attention in every series. UXNG. But you were early. You were early at calling out how Annie being OP is real. So I can give you praise for that.
Kyle has to flash away from Masu. Does land the Winter's Bite just beforehand. Inspired on his way across as well. Masu flashes
Holy Hope has Q almost on cooldown.
Hope still has a flash of his own.
Alright, get the reset by side! Hope needed block, Hope needed block, he didn't block.
From Masu finds its mark. FlyQuest on the board.
Oh, there you go, Medic. FlyQuest who said they have to get stuff done early. They have to look towards the side of the map. They do, and they just barely have enough damage to get it done with the deadly flourish at the end to finish it off.
Huge from FlyQuest as well. He talks about snowballing, the ability to get Masu ahead, who has just been such a solid performer for them over the last couple of years. His Worlds 2024 was great.
This kill here on Viego and Jhin into bottom side is important because they can actually maybe contest and fight the first Drake.
Through AL, you need to also be able to get the rest of your team ahead, because eventually Flandre and Kyle will be too tanky for you to deal with.
Yeah, I mean,
because I think it's important for AL, like their red side, I was expecting them to actually be able to stack Drakes with the bot lane matchup. But now with Jhin 1 kill, Jhin 1 kill and Viego accelerated, maybe they can fight it.
Keep him away from his mid lane. Quad is on the losing side of a lot of trades in mid right now, as Shanks has built up about a 3 CS lead, nothing too monumental right there.
I would say I prefer Annie to Ahri.
Over to level 5, if it was closer to level 6, might have kill threat on Flandre with that feast, obviously doing a huge amount of true damage.
Yeah, and Busio showing off his phase rush tech on the Alistar there versus Braum with their little support battle as well. But in the end, the ward stands. AL, they have their control ward there. So it is information that is known as well. They can go clear it out there. The pings go down.
So with the junglers going through their second clears, Inspired will take out that control ward.
Annie is not super easy, by the way.
For a little bit longer than they would have wanted it to. Shanks here might actually just be able to pick up a plate under Quad's nose. Inspired.
He's just checking. He's just checking.
Just to make sure the Drake is there. It's one of those. We haven't seen Tarzan in a while. We don't have the best tracking on him, but because they know he's not on the Drake, they
yeah, I really like Halo Blaze Cho'Gath.
Oh, he must be here right now.
It's a game changer. My chat put me on that business in every matchup. I thought it was only in specific matchups.
So you can actually have some real nice combat power. Previous to that, of course, just looking for the smooth.
You have some crazy lethal angles with this shit.
Side where we did have our early action.
But Grasp is dopamine city, you know.
As they move up.
Masu as well, going to be 11 CS up with 3 to play for here for Hope. So going to be about 7 or 8 when these waves are finally cleared out. On his way to that level 6 as well. Will be there a little bit sooner than his lane opponent.
Halo Blades have an E has way less of a cooldown on this, and you can proc Halo Blades with other spells before you prop E.
Is one of those dangerous times here for AL.
And I think also most of the time it's Sion you play. You're going to play. Okay, provide the second wind. Anyway. I'm having fun, guys. Thank you very much for choosing me as your MSI provider, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping me make my dream reality, guys. I appreciate it.
a little bit more flexibility. If he's on a ward, it's a lot easier.
I appreciate it, really. Everyone who subs and supports and just watch, that makes it means a great deal to me. Thank you.
Get this wave, but maybe Quad is on his way down. If you can gank with the Twisted Fate without having to
I appreciate that, Lord Horizon. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Gives you more tools.
Yeah, Wukong's gonna get 6, and then the question is if they prioritize grubs or not.
Very mild early lead, about 400.
I'm having a great time. Everybody's basing, so I think Wukong's just gonna collect these camps and maybe they swap into top here on Flounder TP. Yellow diamonds look like PP. Swapping with the TP. Carrots in my bracelets. Wrapped around my wee wee. Ballerina. Dancing around in my snow globe. Joe, the crazy pineholic with the 5 gives it 7. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Doesn't have the teleport right now, but half the cooldown left on that. So if a fight happens in the next couple of minutes, it will be a
Thank you very much.
Up towards the
My favorite Kendrick Lamar album is Good Kid, Mad City.
Holding the wave a little bit in the top.
I don't know if I could make a perfect Kendrick Lamar album of my favorite songs of 20 songs. That would just be the best. I would listen to that album for the rest of my life. But I would have to pick out some songs from every album. Sabah al-Khair. I'm the baby pig. Assalamu alaikum. Isn't this game rough for Fly after draft? Yeah.
Want to try and delay as well.
I think Flounder just wants to keep Inspired a little bit busy. See if you can distract him from the dragon, as the grubs have been secured by AL.
Holy, bro, this Ocean Drake. Bro, this Ocean Drake is just... Look how strong it is. It's standing up for itself. It's fucking rooting you. Nardino, thank you very much for the tier 1. Thank you very much for supporting this channel. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, like I would collect some songs from each and every one of those albums to really make a perfect album in my brain. That's a really important defense there from Flounder to push him off. I wonder if FlyQuest they're gonna give it another attempt. They really want to get that Cho'Gath eat. They want to get that Cho'Gath feast. But like a cheeky pink ward as well that gives info that Flounder dropped. Flounder is now getting marked by Whipple. Whipple is just being a linebacker. Viego's dropping Dragon to find the gank onto Flounder. I don't know if they can find the lethal. Let's take a look. A little Q into W. Flounder loses the flash, but no Dragon taken. I'm happy over that for no reason at all, guys.
Has to respect the burst damage there with a Cho'Gath ultimate and with a Viego ultimate. So definitely necessary flash.
Yellow diamonds look like PP.
FlyQuest again didn't want to.
Destiny.
They know that Kyle is not here.
Hope. Bullet. Bullet. That's the Iraqi sniper right there. Woo! What is gonna get raw on base? He also doesn't have grubs, but it doesn't matter. They're off tempo here. All right, Quad. Getting a little plating. I'm so hyped for the Clips album.
A little bit more money for themselves.
It's a 500 gold lead basically for Quad now in that.
I'm really hyped for the Clips album. KO TPs and FlyQuest just get a little chunk. Kyle needs to collect some XP here because he's not 6 yet. At the humble minute of 11. Collect some experience, son. We're a bit older, so I'm more into like Wu-Tang and Nas and whatnot. And Nas is a very good big influence on both Kendrick and Pusha T. Alright, Brom is 6. No sums on hope. I feel like that's the opportunity for Blue side. No sums on hope. Ironically, that's the hope of Blue. I'm really hyped. Nas actually has a feature on the Clips album, so that's gonna be cool. He has a feature. Do you indulge in rap other than English rap? I indulge in British rap. And a little bit of Swedish, but that's more for nostalgia purposes. And then I listen to some French rap. Nashor's Tutti Frutti on Shanks. Mercury threads ready for Twisted Fat. I think that's unnecessary, no? I think that's not a good buy, by the way. Nemesis would flame this buy. So I would go Swifties here. He's trolling. He would flame this for sure. Like, what's the point of Mercs? You're gonna fucking get Varo ulted. Come on, no?
To be able to make that play. Shanks, though, just continuing to farm up. Big thing here for AL is keep the farm up on the
Oh, Sweden has a crazy rap scene, bro. But everyone is in prison. Everyone just went to prison. Everyone went to prison or died. Like, I don't know, Sweden is a little bit too gangster.
Just to make sure that Inspired is getting as much gold as he can. About a 15 CS lead, which is 4 camps essentially.
Twisting the fat. Look at Flanders just getting the little before the card lands. A little. Yeah, my friend told me the Young Lean wrote a book, and I asked him, what the fuck would Young Lean write a book about? Started giggling. You have a point.
So well, so versatile, but FlyQuest here again looking for their mid.
I think Rocket Belt TF, the issue, I don't know, mana is insanely important.
Saying, hey, how can we make things happen? Well, dragon stacking is one of the key ways of doing that. It's really late.
Young Chop on the beat.
Before the 2-3 item mark on this AL.
No Drake taken yet.
Getting it now, getting it as soon as possible, or at least trying to make the
How's unleashing it with his Trinity Fork?
the pace of the game a little bit would be
I like to eat dragon meat with my Trinity Fork.
Very happy on the resets coming out from FlyQuest just to take a Drake for themselves. It will be their first of the game, the first of the game in totality, and it will be an Ocean going into their back pockets.
The Fortress comp gets some extra little healing with the little Ocean Dragon as well.
Yeah, I don't know, Heartsteel is just dopamine, bro, like that's what it is. I play Arena to buy Heartsteel. There's no other reason.
Away from soul stacking is going to come down to the mid
Abba goated, yeah. Abba is basically Tupac and Biggie of pop.
Towards some of the towers here to open it up. Looks like committing quad down to the bottom side of the map.
Our number one export.
It's just really difficult for
Our number one export from Sweden is IKEA, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Abba, Avicii. We take pride in this. A lot of pride in this. We're all dancing queens.
Really forcing to make a play happen. It's a really tricky situation to be in. You're not far enough ahead as FlyQuest to be forcing these double.
How do players and coaches try to get past bad drafts? It's just a question of you frame the game through opportunity, you know? It's like what kind of opportunities you have, what are the conditions you can win under. You go through the same structure. Because in the end, it's like 0-0-0 is just a game state, and you need to understand what to play off of that game state. If your Jhin suddenly is 3-0, it changes the fabric of the game state, you know? So it's all about just being realistic and understanding what needs to happen for you to win, and then pursue that with full force. And that can be snowball early game, fight around bottom side, and maybe get invades off, get Viego ahead. You know, you need to have that conversation, be honest about it. Alright, let's see it. Destiny coming through. Quad, very deep. Like a shiatsu massage. Cho'Gath is still on top side, but they're just buying time. Quad used flash though. Hope with the poke on Matsu. Show on the man Matsu. Quad.
Just poking around up here, still trying to fish to see if they can get any sort of angle, but Sion and Braum are quite good at blocking these plays. And then AL make the call. Okay, fine. Let's send Shanks immediately quicker up to the side lane, get more farm on the Azir, keep the Azir pushing, and nobody really exposing themselves for a pick.
It's always one of the risks when you play into very coordinated teams. Good silence there from Whippo. Won't be able to put too much more damage down. Is because you have voice comms, because you have played with these guys for so long, it's really easy just to call, hey, don't know where the enemy jungler is, just back away.
Have a good one, brother.
Don't overstep, we can play the other side of the map. And you have trust in your teammates to play the other side of the map, whereas in solo
how's it with the TP? I think this is potential for FlyQuest. Alright, he's got Mercury. I think FlyQuest needs to send this here. They need to. They must. They simply must. Ooh. Uno for uno. I think FlyQuest need to get busy in this game. Start rotating kills. And rock and roll. Oh, Bertolone, thank you very much for the tier 1. Sorry, mate. Sorry. My legs are so destroyed, it's making me fatigued. And my brain was. I'm sorry, Bertolone.
The feats of warfare, they'll get another charge into the mid tower here. As Tarzan continues
No,
to
Inspire
push
got a lot of
ahead.
money here. They got a lot of money. They got upgraded shoes as well. It's pretty big. It's pretty big. They got upgraded shoes. And Inspire got a lot of money funneled to him. I'm sure he lost 2 towers mid. Oh, Inspire doesn't get item, guys. No collector. No collector, guys.
Back with the Azir going 1-for-1 under the tower, and then the 2 towers there investing Rift
Collector.
So they're keeping their economy
Hata Stealer. That's the first proc from Webmeister.
going for the play onto the bottom side.
Yellow diamonds look like PP. Yeah, that line is living rent-free. Oh, God can do some gardening here. 1, 2.
Grows out of nothing as he puts
Another
the
one.
down.
More
Obviously,
plants.
mid-tower, much better at opening up
I
the map,
deserve
gives
it
you a lot
all.
more ways into the enemy jungle, can get
This seemed like a
action a lot
terrible
easier,
Viego
so you
game.
don't have to worry about
The
coming
thing
back out
is,
through mid
how do you save blue side draft, bro? How do you save it? That's the problem. How do you save blue side draft? Like, you're picking 5, and this is your 4 champs, and enemy 5 champs is this. You need to pick a champion that has damage, is fast clear, can punish early. Like, it's demanding too much. It's just so hard to find the right jungler. So then you're like, well,
Definitely no necessity
well,
there because they've got so
let's play
much
Viego.
comfort as it goes on. Meanwhile, like you're thinking
Lilia,
the
bro.
Varus or something will overextend, but he's got
I think you can't pick AP if you want to carry with TF and with Cho'Gath on your team, brothers.
since they have their own mid tower, easy rotation over.
You're gonna
here
get
for
outskill
AL.
of Mercury
Yeah,
threads.
you can see how deep Masu has to stand in that mid wave to catch the wave, right? He has to be all
Nash's
the way
Tooth, Witsend, TF, and Stomp Sign on side. You don't Stomp Sign on side with those fucking garbage items. When Kindred Zillion. When Los Atunas in LEC. Lululululul. That's a clone.
They only find the clone.
Let's see, anyone's legend did get the Drake. I feel like FlyQuest, you know, this fight here was like, yeah, I'm not gonna make that joke actually. Fuck, I'm so unhinged at this hour. Alright. Oh, Inspired wants it. Oh, doesn't get the lethal. Is that the lack of collector that didn't get him the lethal? Weird Shankovic gets his ass eaten by Whipple. Hope is stacking, auto, Q, all the blight stacks. He has collector? Okay, collector is just doesn't work. Yeah, the joke I wanted to do, I shouldn't even say it, bro. Like, because fuck, I want to say it so badly. It's a good joke. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not saying it. I wanted to say because it doesn't. The work doesn't even work well because FlyQuest decided to contest after the Drake was dead. So my joke was that FlyQuest's Drake contest was like an Iranian retaliation, which is, I don't know. I don't think an MSI co-stream is the right place for this. So it's basically it was just for show. It was just for show, you know. It was just for show. It was just for show, guys. But in the end, they started fighting. So yeah, let's move on. Let's move on, guys. Morgan, don't put this in the highlight reel. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on. I'm a knower, guys. I'm a knower, and all the knowing comes out.
Look for something as far as the burst goes. YamatoCannon will be the possibility here for somebody to make a play, but now, like AL, they don't have to give you anything. Right now, they're going to keep their teleport Azir up on the top side of the map.
Oh, we just missed everything. That was a YamatoCannon farm. That was
just letting Shanks get up towards that
that was YamatoCannon farming minions.
It's going to be a Seekers. We'll see if he finishes the entire Zhonya's. Tarzan looking for Inspired. There's a level deficit, but
What was the change that made TF's changes that made it viable as meta mid? I think the biggest one is the spellbook, if I'm going to be honest. Spellbook and the nerf to all his counters, and then they buffed him extremely hard. All right, rock and roll. Inspired collects it. He's gonna have a shield. Look at, I love Viego with a shield. Oh, he didn't put up shield. Yeah, inspired. Okay, okay, we're fighting back. We're fighting back. Wukong Goose. Woo! Bullet to the head. The fucking what was that Viego damage? And that's why you needed the big Viego, guys. You needed something that can somehow magically carry. And even here, I don't even think Inspire play mechanically good, bro. That fucking Viego damage was crazy. Was that a Jin shot on top of that? Bullet? It was a bullet, okay. Ned Flanders is going a little bit too deep. This is too deep, too fast. Hope as well is playing Lethality versus Tugatus Maximus. And that's the smite. Alright.
The double collector team. Inspired had finished his
Yeah, Crit Viego is the way, guys. Crit Viego Trinity Force is definitely the way. Look here, Inspired could have collected. He could have put on the Braum Shield. He could have put Braum Shield up, W himself with the stats, and then just start fighting, you know? Yeah, I think, yeah, Flanders, but Mr. Wukong played way too fast. I wonder if this Varus being Lethality is going to be the end of them.
Their rotation over, so let's see if the Otacon
Tarzan Lila.
power is going to be enough for them.
30 seconds to drink. No rapid fire cannon just yet. Flans got TP, Whip's got TP. Whip, how many Heartseal stacks does he have? 100 something? He's getting bulky, he's getting beefy, he's getting strong, he's getting massive. 132.
And the teleport from the Azir,
the size of his champion looks tremendous.
the money and stuff that
I hate the skin though. It's ugly, bro. How can you not be a gentleman? I understand it's a very fluid skin, but this just looks so goofy with the fucking stick arms. It looks like a Toy Story character, man.
If AL can get everyone there on time,
no Manamune. No Manamune here for the gang yet. Whipple's definitely like on time. I like it. Whipple. Inspired level 14 against Wukong 13. He's very close to 14 too. He's just one little tick away. That's a Braum E on. Whipple can maybe feast here for the damage. Oh, that's a CC chain. Inspired got one tapped. Inspired just disappeared. I feel like Whipple could have used feast, no? So he could get a reset on Braum. He ulted into the Wukong ult and just got one tapped. Because I thought he expected the feast. I think if they comboed feast Braum, then he picks up Braum and it's a party. But like this, he just ulted into a Wukong combo, Varus ult. I wonder if Braum is just out of range. Is the model confusing us?
This time around, they get their third dragon and they can move over to Baron.
It's also like Inspired was just so far forward that if he dies first,
I don't know. I have to check that again. If Whipmeister is actually in feast range. Was Braum a Mr. Beast feastable?
AO will get the Baron. They'll extend their gold lead to about 3k while this is
Cue the
happening. Masu is
eels.
pushing through bot, but AL wrests control of the game out of FlyQuest's hands. TP coming out as well to stop the chance of Masu even taking that tower. As he is forced away by Flandre.
All right. Let's see this again. Could they kill Braum? Could they kill Braum?
Burst damage so they can try and get their reset.
It's,
And let's look at the focus. They do get over. They combo most of it. They go for the feast to soften them up.
Yeah, he didn't feast them. He didn't feast them. He autoed him, so he could definitely feast him, no? The Varus ult rooted him.
Whippo was Chain of Corruption just outside of feast range.
Maybe he didn't have feast range. I don't know, bro.
The feast onto Kyle because he was just outside of range. I'd have to rewatch it, but
Bro, these FlyQuest jerseys look so fucking comfortable. That looks like a fucking grandma sofa material, you know, like really cuddly.
Very close
Fucking velour or something.
Obviously, AL were able to turn that fight in their favor. Now, there's a lot of standing gold on the map for them as well. Only taking 2 towers so far, both of those in the mid lane. Means if they do want to play through these sides...
Is Trinity better than Sun the Sky for Vego? Yes, way better. Like this is, I think, is the correct build for Viego.
Big chunk of burst damage down if they want to get their
You can also do like a Kraken into Titanic, but I think it's not so good. Like Blade is just too nerfed. Blade is just way too weak.
The mid lane as well. So here comes the fortress. Here comes the siege.
Sorry guys. Sometimes I need to just yawn.
Like they do call it off. Again, investing a lot, into the second Lord Doms here for Inspired. So FlyQuest Kalira are like, hey, we are going to do our burst comp.
Stop picking Victor. Stop picking Victor. Stop picking Victor. If you're from the west.
It works, it works. If it works, it works. Just try and full send and try and get your chains going. If it doesn't,
combination.
Going down onto Whitbo. There's the Sun Disc as well as AL.
Masu gets shaved. Spy tries to undermine. Quad pushes out mid lane. 16 with the raw prop. CSing just a little bit. It's got the rapid fire Coco. He's defending the mid turret. Flandre. Yeah, that fight was insanely close. Insanely close to a fight there, man.
Yeah, AL been so good
That's
with
heinous.
economy here, looking after each wave, keeping their
Heinous,
income really,
heinous,
really
heinous.
high here. So many stacks there for Flandre.
Thoughts on Hui in Pro at the moment? Probably better than Victor, honestly. Better champ than Victor, I would say. I would pick Hui instead of Victor there, I think it would be slightly better.
With 1,000 gold lead as well. Yes. So about the important champions. Wallet diff.
I just don't like Victor's itemization. That's my main problem. I think if maybe people went Deathfire Torch, maybe it's playable. Or whatever the fuck that shadow thing is called. You know what, like the... You know which item I'm talking about. The one that like... Yeah. You know what I'm talking about.
I'm at the point
Well, Deathfire Torch.
I think AL have to
Something like that.
team fight for them to get low. You know?
Uno minuto for the last Drake for the solo point. Is LeBlanc bad at the moment? I think LeBlanc is fine, by the way.
No real waves pushing actually for AL on the rest.
Yeah, that's the whole issue. It's like there's champions that enjoyed buying Roa, but it's so hard. Like it's the item is not strong, but there's no better item, so it's problem. It's a problem, you know. Alright, look at that. Flag was collecting money. Inspired 16, Whipple 16, Quad 16, Masu 15. I just killed my ex. Not the best idea. No, 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 no. The world is mine, better get back. Don't fuck with my stack, the ace is back. Oh, Flaggers is very late. This is the tier 2. Inspired needs to do some Houdini shit, man. Inspired needs to do some Houdini shit. Alright, they got in, They're having a little party here. Hope needs to find the poke. Flandre. I like that both ADCs are just mosquitoes against Sion and Cho'Gath. Just mosquitoes. Alright, FlyQuest, you need to find a fat reset here. Fat reset. The biggest. It's very hard to get through that front line. But you're actually doing damage to Flandre. Varos ult completely whiffed, guys. Completely whiffed. Lucio also held Alisol throughout that. Wukong with the snap. Tarzan falls. Wukong reset. Shanks over the wall. Hope. Peppering. Shankovic. Oh, Inspired Fall. Shanks. He's actually Emperoring of Shriming. Oh! Oh, he didn't get the plant on him. What was that hitbox on Whipple? I thought his thickness hit him. Oh!
And that's Whisker away from connecting in the end.
Damn.
Exchange across the two teams.
Oh, the Godzilla Cho'Gath at
Alright. Alright, let's assess. Let's assess the damage, guys. Let's assess the damage. There's still a Soul Dragon alive, guys. I think Varus ult not hitting is a really big deal. I don't know what Shanks is buying off of the money that he just got, man. Quadra kill money was fucking intense. The quadra kill money is massive. This is a fucking insane team fight from both teams. I think the fact that the Braum ult was pointless, and the fact that, like, I don't know, this Wukong snap is insane, but TF ult reveals him, I believe. TFU reveals him. That's why they could kill him off the fucking the clone. But it's a very good snap. And then Shanks finds the only pocket he can play in and commits to the play. A lot of Aussie players are not gonna commit there at all. They're gonna fucking run. It's like the Viego pain, because you just always have the vision for how you fucking, you know, can outplay that situation. I think if Inspire maybe wait a little bit longer and let Whippo do more work, I think that maybe Inspire could cook here, man. I think Hope played this fight pretty fucking weird, man.
Dude, that was a lot more exciting of a fight than I thought it was going to be. Like,
Bro, I don't even get to see the inventories of these fucking teammates. I don't know what Azir bought over this, guys. I really don't know what he bought. Here comes the feast. Here comes the feast. He's gonna feast it. Oh, it went to 70 HP. Oh, Flandre. That's a Scion. That's a Scion. There's 2 Scions. Oh, bro, I think Azir is doing too much damage, guys. Azir is completely Bobby murdering. Azir is just too fed, no? Bro, he bought a full death cap and fucking pen. Look how much damage this fucking Azir is doing. Bro, when we see his items, we're gonna bust, I think. It looks like this Azir is doing. I just want to see his inventory. They're really trying to go for the feast, but Kale with the hero Braum ult. I think Busio went too early too. They're eyeing the Drake, but they should be playing for the fight, man. I think they should really play for the fight. I think Busio and Whippo lost too much steam, but I think also Flandre fell, which gave them chances here with the reset. But I think also, I don't know, this Azir is doing too much damage. Azir is doing too much damage. But what did he buy? Did he have death cap during that fight? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I have to check the replay. It just looks like he does insane amounts of damage.
AL should be able to push in towards these inhibitors. FlyQuest will have to find something pretty special to fight back.
Yeah. See if they can do it. I mean, just again, keep looking for your reset comp to, you know, reset off of some sort of
There's the Void Staff. I think it was close, by the way. He bought Blighting Jewel, kept, and I think he held a lot of gold. I think that's what happened. He bought Blighting Jewel, couldn't afford Void, and bought like maybe Elixir.
Yeah, they can't really do it anymore because Shank's got his arm guard here. Like, this Azir is so strong. Meanwhile, you've got your spell shield for Hope, so let's see. AL with the power of this soul at their back too does so much to ward off this burst combo from coming through.
Chain of Corruption going down alongside the Cyclone. TP coming in as well from Flandre. He looks to join the fight. Whippo falls though, and that's your tank dead for the next minute. AL now with the Baroned up minions can push in for these inhibitor towers. FlyQuest are going to cede control of it.
Yeah, it's done, so guys. This Azir is Thanos. Thanos. Shanks. Fair play, bro. This was a fucking brilliant game from Shanks, bro. The quadra kill fight he played was fucking brilliant. TF is yet to win a game at this tournament. TF is yet to win a game at this tournament. That's kind of crazy.
But AL continue to push forward. Busio down. Tarzan dodges away. Masu secures him, but he falls for it. The Nexus in their eyes. AL will go one game away from cleaning out.
GG. Bro, this is a fun fucking series, guys. We are getting blessed, man. We are getting giga blessed. Giga blessed.
For FlyQuest, it was so close at moments. Like, we thought they needed to snowball a little bit. Yeah, the fights around the soul, so close. But in the end, AL were able to come out just on top. The question for FlyQuest is, what do you change for game 3? You pick blue side this game 4. So you pick blue side this game. Do you switch back to red? It seems to be working, getting the counter pick for Whippo. Though in game 2, I guess you could argue it didn't work as well as you'd wanted to. Like, do you need to change things up, or is it a couple?
I don't know. This was
changes?
I think honestly, FlyQuest just had 2 drafts back to back that weren't good, and they made it competitive, especially in this one. But the Victor one was just fucking deflated. I think way too deflated.
point either side. I think Isaac is a little bit more deflated just
You know
because...
what? I'm doing fine.
Right,
I feel like they're actually playing really well. It was a fun game to watch. I thought that with the composition they had, when FlyQuest got a little bit behind, they were going to get completely bulldozed, but they were able to keep it close, and I'm pretty happy with how they've been playing. So it's been honestly a really fun series to watch.
I believe you.
League
I
of
believe
Legends.
you. You know, you are literally the picture on X of like the room's on fire.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
It's totally fine. Regardless, I do agree with you. Again, though, we see kind of the counterpunch from FlyQuest. But we gotta say that Anyone's Legend was kind of sovereign, I think, in this game, right, Emily?
Yeah, I mean, AL really absorbed the pressure super, super well. I think, why are you laughing at me?
I don't know, you were giving me a look.
They asked me if I'm fine, and I'm fine.
Emily's mad dogging me. She's trying to intimidate me here.
Anyways, go ahead.
Oh, it feels fucking good to watch.
Coming out of this, I think the huge thing for AL was a lot of their
Feels good. It feels fantastic to watch Shanks play so well.
FlyQuest were able to crawl their way back in. But with this beefy front line, I think
Azir's damage is way more real than Varo's damage.
backside of every team fight was really what ended up tearing FlyQuest.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I think the draft. Viego was the only choice they had. Viego was the only choice they had. Literally, it was the only choice they had. And bro, it's crazy to think about it, but that Braum, if he ate his ass, it really, really would have been the difference maker, I think. Because then Viego gets a reset, you know? This fight was also crazy. Inspired just really wanted to find the lethal on Tarzan, didn't get it. And I think FlyQuest's position was a little bit too crazy. Oh, these are close games, man. These are very close games. I think both teams are showing a lot of fucking class today. A lot of fucking class.
Really neat pincer move with the Scion coming in. Flandra, sometimes even as we saw in their playoffs, would like drop whole waves on Scion to join up.
He's gonna be there.
Team fights. He will make sure he is there.
I like
to support his team.
Oh, good. He'll backing his team up.
Absolutely. I wanted to talk about another fight as well. It was one that came after this because I kind of was looking at it like you were, I think.
Live Fearless buff is about to pop.
Like, all right, well, they've kind of been outscaled.
Oh, let me tell you something about AL, bro.
You're probably cooked. But I did think that FlyQuest
they also have had series that pushed them really fucking hard.
What was the initial first fight over the 4th dragon here? You know, it was not the second.
You know, regular season of Winter Split Fearless was best of 5s. I think Anyone's Legend has played like fucking 15 best of 5s this year already. Like, let's count. Let's do some counting, okay? So in groups, they played 3. This is 1. In playoffs, they played 4, so 5. And then let's take a look at how they played in spring, and in winter, sorry. LPL, Split 1. So Split 1, these were best of 5s. 3 best of 5s. Playoffs, 3.
Critically, though, on the other
4,
side, it is Shanks.
5,
Notice how Kyle
6,
repositions with him. He is always protecting his
4,
carry. He knows that the Azir is
1. So 11. This is their 11th best of 5. For those who don't watch LPL, guys, LPL format is Navy SEAL bootcamp.
And as a result,
I'm telling you, it's Navy SEAL bootcamp.
I want to give some props also to Shanks.
Sometimes as well, teams legit had to play like back-to-back best of 3s. It's like, oh, you are in Shanghai for this weekend? Alright, play 6 best of 3s. 11 best of 5 is low compared to some other LPL teams. What do you mean? They played the highest amount.
This is the prodigious mid laner upcoming from WE Academy.
Between the games on match point? I don't know about that.
LDL
don't go on Twitter. Like,
he's studying.
He's watching VODs.
Sorry. I get tilted always when I go on that website, so I don't want to wish it on anyone. Sorry.
Everyone tweet him nice things.
Yes, right now.
No, that's okay.
Billy played more, no, going through lower. They played 5.
No, what?
They played 5 while AL played 4.
Completely derailing your point. But Shanks, good.
No, I was just saying, I've been waiting for this is a nice pop-off moment.
Top Esports maybe played more, guys, because they played... Top Esports played 3 here, right? 3. And then they went lower bracket run. Because look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
got the better of him in his last game.
So we're already on 8, and then they went first stand to play one best of 5. So that's 9.
Very well. He was still able to put on.
And then you had split 2 playoffs where they played
rewatching some of the game, trying to decide how they want to play it out. I think they had a very difficult
10,
draft to actually execute on, but
11,
able to,
12.
really still push anyone's legend. So I
Yeah, they played one more.
If they can get a good, comfortable draft, I think they've got a really good shot.
Yeah, lower bracket run of top East was nuts.
Right? Which means
That's why I was so, bro, it was so surprising that we were so fucking trash. Because, like, they went through hell and back, you know, in split playoffs. Like, look, every series 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, and then they went to first stand, there was no T1. So they couldn't 3-1, T1, and then they lost. Billy did throw against them, they threw 1 game against them. Let's not overblow that. Bro, I wish I could just use these eye drops, bro. Like, should I just Google this eye drop here? What can I use it? This is Euphrasia.
Going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain free, count me in.
How many can I use?
Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
2 times daily. Bro, I'm at 4. But the thing is, I need it, bro. I'm fucking going blind here, man. I'm putting on glasses. I'm removing my contact lenses and using glasses.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay, I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
传奇该如何铸就？
Changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game. Uzi now reigns as king.
On my glasses.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
AL don't really have much vision here. There's control ward in as Busio goes in. There's the Unbreakable. Glacial Fissure hits only onto the back line. Whipper looking for the Beast. Kyle flashing out and Inspired's already down. So the resets are not on the menu here for FlyQuest. Whipper looking for the knockup. He won't land it, but he will sacrifice his life to keep Masu alive. Hope with a triple, and it is extinguished for FlyQuest. Here we go into game 4. FlyQuest fought valiantly.
I'm really enjoying Shanks in this BO5 so far, guys. I think Shanks has been fucking brilliant. For me, Shanks is the best player so far in this series. Absolutely crazy level from Shanks.
Take us all the way to game 5.
Yeah, and I think I underestimated that comp. You know, when I saw it at the beginning, I was like, oh man, I think these fights are going to be hard to win. But FlyQuest actually, you know, they gave themselves some angles there. And the burst potential was on display. It was just really good play from AL and Shank specifically. This guy, he farmed up so well in the beginning. You know, we're tracking his CS, keeping his CS really good on the Azir, constantly keeping his resources high. The team rotating him over really nicely to those waves. And then in those clutch team fights, he did come up huge for them.
He really did. That quadra kill, almost getting the penta as well, with Bwippo chasing him down. Great stuff from Shanks. We did wonder how he would perform at his first international tournament, and it's taken him a couple of games to get into it, but it feels like he is finding the form that we saw from him in the LPL proper. Now, AL back onto the blue side. FlyQuest elected to go onto red. That's our first question answered. The second question that we have to ask is, what is going to be let through the draft? From FlyQuest themselves.
Why are they flaming him?
The Annie, Cassio and Renekton still on the bench. And AL have been relegating them there pretty much every game.
Okay, so the Ezreal ban here, banning away some of the safety carries really early on.
Alright. I just don't know what happens to mid lane, guys. Mid lane is gonna get funky, I'm telling you. This is the point in time where Yone becomes really good. Is Shanks gonna first pick Yone, guys?
Haven't seen it yet this draft, this series. So there's the MF banned away by anyone's legend. So where will FlyQuest decide that they need to utilize their final ban? Who knows?
Yeah, see if it is, you know, focused more towards that Kai'Sa. Because the Kai'Sa definitely rising quite a lot in priority.
It's time for Yone first pick here, I think, for anyone's legend. I don't see what you play into Yone here, guys. With Renekton out, Cassio out, Annie out, isn't Yone just OP?
Nautilus and the Leona very high, and there it is, yeah. They don't want to leave that one.
What do you pick into Yone here, guys?
A big focus on those AD carries getting banned away. Lucian, though.
Lucian, okay.
We've seen banned a couple of times by AL away from Masu. But,
are we gonna get like an AP jungle inspired variant with Yone quad maybe? And then maybe Shanks will just play Aurora into what? Good shot there in the chat. Good shot on the Aurora, flying Persian.
FlyQuest, you gonna go for Elise? I think not. I
Naughty,
think
naughty.
is slightly more up your alley for this
Naughty,
series.
naughty.
Yeah, because you really need something to pin this Lucian down. Lucian, really big strengths, of course, are rotating into mid lane and having the culling poke, but also so mobile there. So having Nautilus point and click CC, definitely a very quick grab in this one, especially since Braum was already used, so that Braum...
Ziggy Azalea into Lucian Nami. I'm not a super big fan.
That option, and they go for the Ziggs, which is a really good pairing you know, with Nautilus on the bot side, but definitely still can be a flex pick.
But what happens now with Yone? Because Quad is going Yone on 3. But he probably has like Smolder Tristana into Yone if AL takes it away. Ew, I'm not a big fan of Flandre and Bessa, guys. Don't like. That's the shit I don't like.
Haven't seen it picked. Obviously, neither team prioritizing that much. When you have an AP bot lane,
Whippo Renekton is banned, or this Renekton ban is so devious. They pivot to Leona. They don't pick a range support into Nautilus, and they pivot to Leona. Whippo Jax, maybe? It's time for Whippo Jax.
Lucian and Bessa, I am vibing with a Poppy right now.
Poppy value is really high.
I agree with Medic as well. The Poppy value is pretty damn decent.
Give us a Poppy. Lee Sin obviously does a lot of ability to be a playmaker. We've only
I do think playing Nami against Ziggs Nautilus is kind of miserable, so I understand the pivot. I think it makes sense.
Yesterday. Don't think we've seen it from Inspired. Oh, we saw it once this spring. Once.
Yeah, and he is a very good Lee Sin here and can go for.
I don't know. Whip is gonna play like Darius, isn't he? He's playing Darius this game, I think. That's my prediction. Hail Mary. He's playing.
A lot of bans with jungle getting kind of shallow.
He's playing.
So stealing away.
Fucking.
What are they most worried about?
Darius.
Pick. Okay, so Nocturne side lane pressure here. Good little safety one.
You think about AP jungle at all, or do you think it's fine? You just pick an AP mid laner and then you can do a traditional AD jungler here for AL? Because we have seen Tarzan on things like the Lily. Maokai still available as well, although that's kind of fallen out of priority for a lot of people. But you can go Leandri.
Tarzan's playing on best of jungle, guys.
A good amount of magic damage.
Yeah, definitely still an option. You know, the Nidalee.
You know, I saw enough on best of jungle in solo queue that I thought it would show up at some point as a counter swing. But obviously it's not that great.
We'll see where they decide to go. FlyQuest got rid of the Nocturne. Hui taken away by AL. FlyQuest likely looking towards a Tarzan ban once again. And
there's another one of the ADs.
Okay. Little bit of respect there to
I mean, the
Tarzan.
way he got here with that Zed play, that is definitely deserved.
I don't know. Poppy jungle is good for Tarzan too this game.
What are we worried about here?
So is FlyQuest picking Poppy on 4 top lane into Ambessa? Or is Tarzan gonna get it? So Smolder Hui ban.
I mean, the Smolder ban kind of. It's an AD bot.
Bro, are they picking Maokai 4-5?
It's that flexibility of the Ziggs.
Is that coming through here? Maokai for anyone's legend.
They could. So they could.
Or Sejuani
with Smolder ban, I mean, maybe like a Yone and an AP jungle that you were floating around if they go.
You have the Lee now, right? So you'd want AP top or AP mid, assuming the Lee is going jungle.
I'm talking about from AL's perspective.
That makes sense.
AL's perspective could go, because they're the ones that ban the Smolder, so they could go the Yone and then
Shen
go for
top.
solo AP for Tarzan.
Ooh, we're gonna get a Kali quad into Yone, guys. Explosive. A Kali Yone.
It's tricky. Playing around with it. They have so many options here.
Are they pivoting because they want to pick an AD jungle? Are they picking Poppy Aurora?
And since Leona here
is that the pivot?
Range can kind of pinpoint with that
Or what AD jungle am I missing here, guys?
Pressure here from AL.
Am I missing some other AD jungle?
To get onto the backline from AL is
there it is. They're pivoting after they see the Shen. That makes sense, honestly. It makes sense. They could have gone Maokai Yone, but Yone is not the greatest into Shen. And then the enemy has Shen Akali. That sounds pretty fucking dangerous. And I think pivoting to Aurora Poppy when Shen shows, I think that makes a lot of fucking sense.
Man, Poppy's so good too, just for the objective fights. You know, popping people out here. But final answer for quad into the undefeated.
All right, little Ari on 5. Forgot this champion is still in the pool.
Aurora pick. This Aurora pick has been.
You know what is sad, Sushi Revolution? Coming here to talk about it.
This year have been undefeated on it.
So just sit back and relax and join the community.
Score lines for it, and Shanks is going to be the one piloting it this time around. So has been such a successful pick.
Yeah, I think I don't know, I can't help but feel that this is an AL win. Unless Inspired turns into Canyon. And if there's a European player that's gonna turn into Canyon, it's Inspired.
Win on this champion a while since obviously he's not picking it that frequently either. 12 games across his history as a player. It's not too often. For FlyQuest though, it's do or die. Need to win this game to take us to that game 5. Obviously,
nah, the
play against G2 in the lower bracket, which
the Poppy being good against dashes.
For AL, they're looking for a date with the LCK.
Poppy is good against dashes of champions that need to dash forward to interact. Like, Poppy being good against Ziggs W is so fucking fake. Or like even Ari is fake, I think. It's hard to get value.
How much of a factor that Stand United will be in this game?
No, I don't think I think FlyQuest, especially last game, the game was insanely close and they had the worst draft. In game 2, they got outplayed and they got outdrafted, but game 3 was extremely competitive. It's fair to say that Fly is keeping up here with anyone's legend. I don't think they're getting insanely outclassed. So you're gonna come here and people have the same opinion. But I do think, yeah, I feel, yeah, I don't know. I just don't think Ziggs and Shen belong on the same team, you know? Ziggs and Shen do not belong on the same team. I really don't think Ziggs and Shen belong on the same squad, you know. So I'm leaning blue side. I'm leaning blue side win here, guys. Leaning.
Also a surprising amount of burst damage in Ziggs Nautilus lane, so see if they do get any action towards the bottom lane early on.
I just killed my ex.
Top side war here on to see Tarzan's pathing.
Towards this top side, down towards bot. Inspired's going to start on his Razor Beaks. The Tempest.
AL had a terrible draft game too. Honestly, you went to that chat and you spread this annoying fucking holier than thou behavior, and then you come here to do the same. No wonder like people get annoyed with you, man. I'm like the most tolerant streamer on the whole platform. And you already lost me, man. It's time to go to Dom. I think you'll survive 3 seconds in Dom's chat, bro. 3 seconds.
Has really strong early levels, so Blippo can position aggressively there, go for these Q, trades, trying to push towards, get his grasp pox going, gets his level 2 priority over the Ambessa.
Shank's getting prior in the mid lane as well. Twofold Hex takes quad down.
Yeah, this matchup is not easy for Ari. Most matchups are losing for Ari in the earlier levels. A lot of them are.
In his inventory if he needs it, but already being chunked out quite a lot. Shank's very happy with the way this this lane is going.
Yeah, very good on this champion. Especially into the likes of this matchup here with the electrocute buffs as well. The burst damage looking so good. So mid lane getting pushed in here for FlyQuest. Inspired actually did the 3-camp recall clear for his extra longsword. And I want to see what he goes to try and use that extra longsword power for towards the bottom side. Because we mentioned, Ziggs and Nautilus have so much setup and a decent amount of burst damage. So he has the options of like either trying to go make the play on bottom side with his, sword advantage, or maybe trying to do something towards mid, like and get the flash or something if they could get some sort of setup.
I do like the play towards bot. Nautilus has 4 forms of CC in his kit, as the slow, the root, the hook, and then the knocker from the depth charge. Obviously, it doesn't have that yet, but you just have so many opportunities to catch people out if that Nautilus can get on top of someone. Obviously, the Ziggs damage scales really
Shen is basically Aurora top lane, if you think about like the early lane phases. Shen is just does so much damage. Tackle into the wall, Tarzan, W'd. Tarzan's keeping busy. Kale missed spell. I feel like Inspired can fish for another Q here. Maybe he can find it, but mid gap is kind of too big. Dummy thick bunny came into river and pushed him out.
Scuttle Crab secured for Tarzan. He might just path straight up towards the top side one as well as held onto his smite through this.
Yeah, mid lane.
I got banned that guy earlier because he was a first-time chatter, and he came in after one game of FlyQuest playing well and says, "Admit you were wrong." Period. First-time chatter. After one game.
Determines everything for those sides of things, and Quad is already hurting.
Well, I admit always when I'm wrong or if my opinion doesn't hit the mark, bro. That was crazy, bro.
Right there. We'll say Hope is having a bit of a whale of a time down towards the bottom lane right now. 11 CS up, depending on what time.
Did you say thank you?
Obviously, the Ziggs might get that lost chapter,
basically same energy, bro. If that guy was vice president. Sean the man Masu. Ooh, bro, the Leona pivot was so smart, by the way. Leona pivot was juicy.
Maybe just thought he could kill off Kyle, but he's gonna lose the wave.
So juicy.
And lose his life.
Yeah, I caught that too for Invincible. I caught that too. I think the Leona pivot was brilliant. The E flash Flounder's just awake, bro. Flounder's just awake. Oh yo 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 yo. Flandre.
Like you said, the beginning of the bottom side play though, because AL they have pushed mid and on bottom side. Let's take a look. Kyle from Brush.
Ooh, oh. What the fuck was that, bro? I didn't even see that happened. Oh, Flanders. Oh no, Whipple. This can't be the case. Murder can't be the case, son.
For some of Whipple's health bar, but nothing much more. Whipple still has the TP as well. Flandre will
Yeah, I don't know. I think Ziggs and Shen on the same team
now and has that stand united.
is just not the way, man.
For FlyQuest, they're looking on the bottom side again. The opening
It's not the way. It can't be the way.
With that money,
Ooh. No, AL has God on their side as well now, guys. AL has God on their side. Lila. They have God on their side. Jesus, they have God on their side. I don't know. What FlyQuest bot lane did there was pretty disgusting.
Coming across now, but as soon as Tarzan's there, it's a little bit trickier for Inspired to really play. Hope trading with Masu down towards the
Oh, look at Masu with the Ziggs mechanics. He's looking for one more Q, the barrier, the Shen ult. Oh, he doesn't come through. He doesn't get come through. Oi, Inspired winning 1v1. This shit is expensive. Ooh. Inspired misses the Q. I don't think he would find lethal on Kale either way.
Whoa, the scrapping continues. They just force it on the bottom side. Even after
the Shen ult came through and he didn't land because they actually found the lethal. And then somehow Poppy got his shit kicked in by Lee. I don't even know how that's possible.
Doing work over on the Poppy on the opposite side and getting that flash down plus getting to his level 6 here. Inspired has always been so critical for
I don't think Masu's getting hands diffed either. Masu's keeping up really well, I think.
Inspired brush camp pays off, as you see on the top side, getting big chunks of damage onto Tarzan, who still wanted to come in because the other side of the fight.
Look at that, bro. They actually found the lethal, and then that Ziggs Q didn't come through. They found the lethal, bro. Kyle did so much damage with the Leona. It's like a night and day difference here. If Shen comes through here and Ziggs actually misses that Q, it's very narrow, man.
Bottom side skirmish, just picture for picture, they're so close.
But the Masu drooled on his keyboard with the W, but
meanwhile, rest of the map relatively even as well. Hope does have a 500 gold lead over Masu because obviously he picked up that kill. Busio and Inspired picked up the kills for
already fucking bloody this game, isn't it? Yeah, this RA5 pick is now buying World of Ages, guys. I want to tear my eyeballs out.
I wonder if we'll see Hope move up towards the mid lane and put Shanks towards that bottom side. Does have the TP coming back off cooldown relatively soon. FlyQuest playing around.
I just killed my mid laner. Not the best idea.
A side laner in a strong position. This Ambassador obviously the most obvious target for that.
I hate it. I hate it.
To stop the push from coming out.
You're coping, bro. It's not gonna change your lane.
With the move over into priority on red,
World of Ages is not gonna grant you the experience.
Will be very happy though with his grub pack.
Inspired, queued over the wall, looking for Dretzky.
Later when the Ambessa and the Aurora out to the sidelines.
I get it, Catalyst is OP. It is OP, but I don't know. You're sacking a big part of your game for this.
1,200 damage a minute. That is absurd.
Shanks has been phenomenal this series. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Shanks is a clear MVP. Like, it's not even a fucking discussion. Shanks hasn't had a single bad game. Whose OP Catalyst as an item is broken.
As Flandre tries to trade back, but difficult to do that when you like to auto attack and the enemy is stopping you from getting any damage down with your autos.
Yep, scaling up there in the side lane for the Ambessa. We'll see if they can actually make one of those big Stand United plays with it coming back off cooldown in a few seconds here. But the summoner spells have come back off of cooldown for those carries on the bottom side of the map, so a lot more safety, a lot more mobility there. And it is just
this is a good bullet here that I found. I'm adding another one.
We'll be able to take that. Shanks with a push in mid. Seems like he's just going to back away off that. Does have the TP back up. Hope continues just to catch the waves in bot, and feels like both teams are willing just to ping pong these waves back and forth for now. It's nothing really to play over or play around on the map. You know, you've got 4.5 minutes on a Rift Hold, you have 4 minutes on a Drake.
Yeah, there's level to this game, because when I see Flandre play Ambessa against, for example, Bin, and Bin slams a Camille, then Flandre is sort of losing the game, you know. There's just levels to this game. But here he looks like the GOAT.
The good thing for FlyQuest is if Whippo did go for a Stand United play, Masu or Quad can TP up there, so you can just shift, basically, right? Whippo Stand United's bot lane, Masu then TPs up to top, or Masu catches mid, and Quad goes up towards the top side, right? Who has just finished his Rod of Ages. Luden's now as well for Masu, so first item's starting to be completed. Shanks has gone double haunting, guys, which the multiple Masu
is tanky, bro.
one we have seen around. Doesn't always go
He's a tank, bro. He's the tankiest player on the Rift right now. Not even joking. Look at him. Honestly, at least he's using Rod of Ages to the max. I don't know, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice. Here comes Shankovic. Hope is looking for the lethal dash, the shield, the Q. Everybody's flashing. It's a triple for Shankovic. I think anyone's legend wins the game of attack, guys. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Is gonna be insane, and I was just gonna say, yeah, the
it's
double
a wrap.
build got so much popularity when they buffed up the Bloodletter's curse, but here's another look at it as
Shanks is
because there was no minion wave there. They're not seen. Yeah, they were not seen, and so Quad goes back in because they think they're starting their own.
I'm excited for the content we're gonna do in the in-between days. I think after the first round of BO5s, we're gonna do like our All-Pro. We're gonna do like, you know, best drafting team, best coaching team. You know, we're gonna give out some awards, you know, some mid-tournament awards. It's gonna be a fun discussion. Shanks is fucking crazy.
Going into Shanks's pockets. He wants to make that Aurora 6-0 on the year.
It's gonna be all Shanks.
Obviously working out for you so far. 1,000 gold lead now for him. Flandre as well. Getting a bit of gold for himself. The Stand United was used in that play. Didn't quite see who it was on from Whippo, but unable to save their lives. As Shanks now with quite a lot of gold from those kills. Almost 1,000 at the 13-minute mark.
I don't know what the creative angle is to come back into this game.
And Aurora becomes a big problem because you get your push on your
side. Red side, it's just, I don't know. This red side draft looks like it's from fucking season 3. Like I straight up saw. I think in season 3 I played against this draft in LCS. I'm not even joking. I played against this draft. I was an Ambessa. I think I was like Zed, but I swear I played against this draft. I played the ULCS. AO just wins over draft. Yeah, I did think they have the better draft, yeah. I wonder which stream Sushi Revolution went to annoy now. Maybe he stayed. Maybe he learned his lesson. Found his home. We believe in rehabilitation here. The majority of the viewers here are banned in other streams. This is a stream where we don't hire more police officers. We hire community workers. Our mods don't swing around their baton and imprison people. They try to educate. I really like that Leona pivot. Leona pivot is nice, man. So smart. Busio down. Sean the man Masu is gonna get tackled into the wall by Tarzane. Nice position on the Q. Here's the Shen ultimate. Oh, he doesn't come through. One reset. Oh, this could be a quadra for a little quad. No pun intended. Quad. Shen never gets to show up.
It was the 3-person move from
He doesn't even show up.
They force it through onto Busio and blow up the Nautilus. Leona ultimate used, pop him down, and now just teleport right back out to the top side. They clean up that extra wave because Bwipo, after his Stand United target just died, decided, you know what, I'm not coming.
No politic here.
Even though Flandre is going to join with his teleport.
Free Palestine.
Make the switch and send Shanks back up to click.
Yeah, I don't know, Ziggs and Shen and fucking, I don't know, Ziggs and Shen are the same thing. It just looks so ugly.
Have another look at this fight. It's Kyle
Looks so
initiating
ugly.
alongside
It's just,
Again, right out of that
hate
mid lane brush, really
I'm getting like legit PTSD flashbacks. I think it was like a rule in my Dragon Ball team that we never pick Shen and Ziggs together.
And then Tarzan on the inside route. Even with that through, they just kill off the target through the extra shield.
If I'm picking Shen with my team, bro, give me a bot lane that can give me momentum. Give me some momentum. Alright, here we go again. Lucio, very deep. Aurora ultimate. Inspired, losing his neck. Tried so hard. It doesn't even matter.
And Shanks is on a rampage. This Aurora.
Now, Sushi Revolution, if you want to say that they're getting outclassed this game, that's fair play.
Looking at the damage on the Shank Keeper's verdict. Knocks Bwipo back. He's guilty. Flash forward from Tarzan. Flandre's
Magic. Magic.
as well.
Magic, I tell you. Magic.
Oh, the skirmishes in the river here for
Magic.
AL. Just
Magic.
outstanding. They crush another one. Bwipo's here this time around. And he at least got the crab with his Titanic.
Hope we'll be able to take the first tower of the game up towards this top side. We'll get the feats of strength over to AL as well. With those upgraded booties, but nice little steal there from Bwipo at the end. We'll have another look at this. Busio just taking a greedy path, let's be honest.
Yeah, these fights here through the jungle, Tarzan was lying in wait in the brush. So just as he comes over towards the wall, they get the burst damage. And then with Shanks there, they've got plenty to finish it off. They finish up that extra kill, chase down Busio, and then look at the mini-map as Bwipo had actually come over this time, used his teleport, and has his Titanic, so trying to salvage something from it, but Tarzan's like, you know what? I'll just eject you from the area and then go for the flash play onto the corner against Masu.
Very happy faces all around from AL. Inspired jumping onto Flandre here. TP coming out as well. It's Quad joining the battle. Flandre forced back underneath this tower. Flash kick into the
Alright. Look at that, bro. Inspired's been very snappy on silent in between your objectives. He finds plays. He did that with the Vi too. He did that with the Pantheon. I like it from Inspired. Flanders on the weak side, getting snapped.
Exchange for a Rift Herald from Tarzan. The goal between Shanks and Quad now down below a K, only 600. But Hope has been the true beneficiary of the last few minutes. 2K the lead now he has over Masu. The Flicker Blades and the Essence Reaver complete as the hook goes in from Busio. Looking for Kyle, Zenith Blade wide, Inspired dashes back with the Safeguard. Solar Flare will get the stun onto Masu, but he was able to satchel charge away. Inspired jumps back with the Safeguard. Riftail charges in as
wow, that's so risky. Bro, Flacos is so uncoordinated. Alright, they get a play, they get a play, they get a play, guys. They get a play.
Until FlyQuest eventually kill it off.
Whipple tries to find contact with Shanks.
Shanks doesn't have a huge amount of mana.
Very uncoordinated there, bro. I think Inspire was so lucky that he got his W off and Poppy didn't W him. I was insanely lucky. And then Shenuld was coming down and he popped a little bit too far away, but they got to kill a Leona, so I guess you take it for what it is. But use a lot of CDs. That's my main concern.
Well together as the jungle and support, and FlyQuest now biting back.
You look at the synergy between Tarzan and Kyle as well. 1-2-8, 1-3-8. They kill together, they die together, they get assists together. Overall, great synergy.
FlyQuest chants erupt through the crowd, trying to rally here as they start to
Oh, Canada. What is the national anthem of Canada? Maple Leaf, Maple Leaf. I believe in the Maple Leaf. I am polite, maple syrup all over my pancake.
Shanks now finishes bloodless as
Justin Trudeau.
Yep. That's that double mass build in full effect. Pretty big spike. Looks like he refunded it a little bit there.
That's the anthem, I think. That's my best guess.
Maybe feeling he doesn't
That's my best guess.
Mark treads. Wants to avoid getting locked up. And again, still has so many stacks because of the Dark Seal here, so much AP there. So it feels like he has enough threat.
Where are FlyQuest looking?
Shawn Mendes is Canadian. Are One Direction Canadian?
No tier 1 here to defend Shanks. Kaya with
Really?
a little bit of vision in. Inspired spotted, as is Masu, as they path towards top.
And Blippo with
Yeah,
the
English.
slight experience lead there, though
They're British.
no Stand United available, so
They
would
seem
have to be
British, very
teleports
posh.
If they wanted to answer. And for that, you have to get
Very
really
posh.
far out of range of Flandre, since Flandre can't interrupt it with his own
Shanks does not have a shutdown.
so they would have to back
Is that
off,
a
and that's why
bug
he's walking down the
or a
river
feature?
Right now. FlyQuest looking for something.
Quad has 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages and the Leandries. The hook's going to go in from Busio. Kyle knocked back as well. TP coming in from
How
Shanks.
can you play Ari without cooler reduction, guys?
Whippo, the first target.
Tackle into the wall. Whippo is getting collapsed on. CC chain. I don't know, this Shen build is fucking paper, guys. I don't know, you show up to the fight like this with your Titanic Hydra.
Lick their wounds, try and gain control over this mid-wave. The Artican.
The difference is you're not a Hydra with multiple heads, you just have the one. You're a ninja, man.
I think AL really need to send anyone else over there to secure it.
Yeah, FlyQuest were trying to find their pick there, but AL, the counter was made possible by Flandre's Poppy ultimate. Big ejection there meant that Whippo was alone when the teleport arrived.
I think FlyQuest prep work was fucking atrocious today, guys. I have to say it. I'm very disappointed because I just expect way higher from them. They didn't find the lethal on Shanks, was fucking close. I don't know how Quad uses spells. Oh, they're living. They're living. Oh, the boop. Masu, 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 Masu. Ooh, Hope is fucking playing well, bro. Hope is awake, bro. He arrived to the tournament now. Hope has landed, bro. Hope has landed.
Yeah, the idea there from FlyQuest is that when Whippo comes back up, he's got a second at most on his Stand United. So when he arrives, they want to try and like make the play a little bit long here while Otacon was being taken. But even with that burst damage, not quite able to finish off their kill onto Kyle. Then Masu flashes over, he gets that one.
All right.
But still, it's just so
Yeah, I do think that there are similarities. There are similarities between this series and the G2 series, I have to say. I do think that the main difference for me, though, is that the mechanical ability, like if we could fuse the best parts of G2 and FlyQuest, we could really have a machine. And by that I mean we just put caps on FlyQuest, and that's it. that's all. They can brim Dylan Falco as well. That's pretty much it.
Gold-wise, vision cleared out here by
We put caps on FlyQuest. Oh! Whoa! Oh, bouncy castle! Shanks is also giga tanky, guys. He got a double mask build. Tarzane, here comes Flandre. That's a Dredsky. Fucking murder in this game, bro. Murder.
Quad underneath the tower should be able to survive, but should just be the dragon over to anyone's legend.
The craziest thing is, like, there's been 2 teams I've wanted to pick up in Spiden, and the ownership told me, we've heard that he's toxic to work with. And I'm like, who fucking cares, bro? Like, what does that even mean? Too toxic to work with. He's trying to win too hard. Like, oh, great. 2 different teams, bro. 2 different teams. I say, if we don't hire players like this, then you are toxic by being too nice.
This much of a gold lead and the powerful solo lane champions we were talking about, now they can begin to really control the map.
Yeah, it's such an explosion, and you understand why FlyQuest forced the way they did. Like, it makes perfect sense. They were falling behind in the game.
During his first initial 2 years on Rogue, I did think Inspire was a little bit immature, but that's it. Because he was a child, bro.
It's blue, 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 blue down towards the bottom side.
Blue, 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 blue.
For Hope, and even Flandre, who was
blue, 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 blue.
into Whippo, is now 2k ahead.
Oh, this game is not gonna go to fucking 2 more dragons, bro. I don't know. There's fucking 3 dragons killed in 25 minutes. 4 dragons in 29 minutes. It's cooked, man. The last 2 bullets of the day.
They can just turn off and turn on FlyQuest ever so quickly. So FlyQuest have to be so careful when trying to keep
Nah,
up
this
vision.
wasn't.
They're looking for one of the miracle setups now. Try and find some sort of skirmish to get back into this game.
Nah, it's like toxicity is extremely like subjective. Some people react well to you being harsh to them and being direct, and some people can look past the words to try to understand what you say. Like it's just a question of putting the effort into a mutually cohesive communication style. That's what it comes down to. Like obviously you'll catch a lot more flies with honey than vinegar, but you can make adjustments for superstars, because in the end, like, good league players are gonna be, in a lot of cases, eccentric in some departments.
Shanks on the flank. Quad tries to go in, but the charm's only going to land on Kyle. Hope with a depth charge on him.
Masu loses his soul, loses his life. Inspired gets one at least. They get one reset, attack it into the wall. Tarzan stay being very busy on the Papushka here.
Here to join the party untouched so far. Blandre should be able to kill off Whippo as the Ambassador wins out against the Shen. Busio falls as well. And yes, you killed Hope, but it still reigns eternal for AL.
Yeah, this is unironically Flanders' best gear ever. He was a super talent in the beginning of his career. He won Worlds, but this is unironically his best year.
They will also delete that Baron and look to push and end the game.
Yeah, the take will be a little bit slower than AL would like. Hope being dead means their DPS
Why are you catching flies?
as it could be, but with 2.5 minutes on the next Drake, AL.
My grandmother had
I mean, you
wheels.
could wait for 4 seconds here if you're AL.
Yeah,
yep, they're going to do it. Wait
Fuck
for Hope
Hope.
to spawn.
Oh, never mind.
Looks like
The timer was wrong.
Overlay 2 seconds late there as Hope was alive, I believe, when that Baron was taken. So let's have another look at this fight, because you can see what FlyQuest are trying to do. As soon as TP comes in, it's like, okay.
Yeah, I don't think Flanders was that interesting when he won Worlds, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, the other four were just like the best in their positions, bro. I don't know, JJ, Mako were so good. I don't know, they were so unbelievably good. And Scout was insane too, and Viper is Viper.
Just close the trap shut. Yeah, he's like, oh man, the Aurora Flame comes in, just deletes me immediately.
I'm just dead in that sort of situation. At the moment, FlyQuest don't really have
Torre, Colo, Colo. Alright, they find a little Kael, alright? They find the lethal. Shanks is trying to play, a little taunt through. Maybe FlyQuest can get some kills back, but I don't think they have the facilities for that, big man. Tarzan's trying to find the angle to attack into the wall. Look at that crit with the headbutt. I like that animation.
As FlyQuest continue to
Yeah, Mako's definitely in the GOAT support conversation, but I'm at the point in time where Kiria is just the GOAT. Kiria is the GOAT support. I have made a firm commitment.
Still going to be AL, taking your jungle resources as well. Dragon will be spawning.
Yeah, I don't know. Quad bought his first piece of cooldown reduction at minute 28. So, I don't know. If you want to play Ahri with no cooldown, it's like you ult, and then you can charm once during the entire combo, entire ult duration. That is something else.
I mean, a good inspired flank.
Miki over Kiria, by the way. That was the thing is, Miki, like Kiria had so bad summers, bro. I stand by those fucking Miki over Kiria angles. I stand by them. If you want me to predict that Kiria is gonna reshape the whole fucking world's meta and start playing fucking completely different champions to everybody else and force them to follow him and just be better than anyone ever has, like, yeah, sorry for not predicting that. Shankovic, here's Shankovic. Alright, a little combination. Ooh, that was kind of cool. That was a little canyon-esque. That was some canyon movement from Inspired Maximus Primus. They're gonna get Kyle. Oh, a little auto. It's not enough. Anyone's legend have a Drake, but they just want to leverage Ash as much as possible. It's only here for 15 more seconds.
Only Whippo and Busio left to defend.
And they're going to have a tough time of it just being 2 tanks here. So AL, they run straight through these towers, straight through these inhibitors with the Baron buff. The onslaught continues.
Baron just expiring here. Maybe enough.
Yeah, he just wanted. Yeah, I think Quad just wanted to be stronger early. That's why he went for the Road of Ages. But I don't know. The cost is so much. Because you're last picking as well. Then like there has to be something better to pick into Aurora. No? It's like Victor's out, Oriana's out. Like you'd have to fucking pick Hui, I guess. But you're picking Hui with Lee and Shen, Ziggs. It's just, I don't know. You have Ziggs and Shen, bro. What are your options? You have to pick like a Kali, man. Like, you have to pick a Kali, I think. It's just ugly. I think it's ugly. There's no way you're playing Ziggs mid either. That's just bad too. Really good Syndra game. I don't know. I don't think Syndra's just weak early, and I think the game will be decidedly useful.
Trying to craft their style. Game number 1, very, very good for them.
I think game number 1 and game number 3 are the 2 games from FlyQuest that inspired me the most.
Look at all those upgraded shoes.
Game number 3, maybe we underestimated their draft and the damage output from it, but I really felt like they were in a big hole in that game and then were able to fight back and get really close. It's like a couple of milliseconds between them winning in those fights and them
I don't know, the Poppy Aurora pivot was so fucking smart into Shen showing. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Gone are the days of roll over and die versus the LCK and the LPL. For now, that tenacity needs to find roots somewhere for FlyQuest as they are very much on the ropes. AL going to push through this top side. Mid inhib and bot inhib still 3 minutes away from respawning for FlyQuest.
Here it is. It's going to have to be the FlyQuest miracle. Can they dig deep? Down so far in gold. And AL knocking on the door.
Quad looking to see perhaps if he can catch out Flandre, but everyone on AL so tanky now that FlyQuest don't really have an easy avenue to approach. Quad, public execution goes in. There's the steadfast presence into the solar flare, into the keeper's verdict, into Quad dashing away, but inspired.
Okay.
And Bwipo.
Anyone's legend, guys. They are fucking. They have arrived to the server. They have arrived to the fucking server. Genji and AO, sleeping dragons that just give you a game of hope. Anyone's legend fucking deliver.
FlyQuest will have to settle for G2.
AL close it out in style. Nice snowball from them. Flandre 2 at the end just sees Quad, goes immediately for it, starts it out so they can just steamroll over.
That was great, just decisive stuff. It looked a little bit too deep at the start, but then Inspired and Bwipo just went pop. Great performance all round from Anyone's Legend. Credit to them, their first
Anyone's Legend.
best of 5 as an
God bless them.
And the first as
I think it's time for the breakdown, guys. We do a little breakdown and then we call it a day. AL versus Fly, game 1. Let's see at game 2 as well. Game 2, game 3 as well. Should be here, right? Game 3. And then game 4 was just a slaughter. And then we pull up a League PD as well. Bracket stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do a Anyone's Legend versus FlyQuest rundown and also a Koi versus Bilibili breakdown. I believe that's, wait, day 3. Wait, there's 2 best of 5s tomorrow? Is there 2 best of 5s tomorrow? Is that what the schedule is? Okay. Tomorrow, 2 best of 5s. All right, so we're getting cooked tomorrow. All right. Anyone Legend versus FlyQuest. So, FlyQuest, I think so my claim about FlyQuest, to break it down, is that I do believe that in terms of potential, I think that they are the best Western team in terms of potential. But my main concern about FlyQuest was their consistency, right? Their level of consistency and their output. And I do think that both sides of that was shown today, but I do think that FlyQuest came in at a higher level than I expected, right? So I think it's still fair to say, if you want to judge FlyQuest against G2, for example, I do think that FlyQuest looks a lot better than G2 so far. I feel like if FlyQuest could borrow caps for mid lane, I do think that we would have a very formidable, like very, very powerful Western team. Because I do think that Quad was a little bit of a letdown today in terms of some of his choices. Something to highlight right away is these Victor picks need to be taken out the back. Because in this game here, where they slam Victor into the Rise, it's a tough situation to pick a mid laner in, because you ban Annie, right? And in this game already, Cassio, Alzir is out, and they ban Renekton to prepare the Yorick. I think this Renekton ban that they held throughout the entire series was genius. Because later on in the series as well, it also lined up for the Mbessa, and I think Renekton is probably the most powerful champion for Bwipo that is standard. It's kind of the equivalent of, let's say, Broken Blade's Jax, you know? And if I look at the whole series, I think game one, FlyQuest played a very, very good game. I think Kael and, of course, Hope didn't start out well. And I think also Flandre had a rough one. Something to talk about that maybe we'll leave for the day after tomorrow is talking about draft and how some of these draft ideas from previous patches that people are still doing, they seem kind of outdated with the Prion, for example, Xin Zhao on Vi. But I want to have a little bit more of a data set to work with before we get there. Kalista is also another one, right? That you should maybe challenge, because some of they've gone through some patch cycles and they've gotten nerfed, and we see them lose plenty. But let's hone in on game number one. Game number one, I think FlyQuest individually, I think Masu performed insane on the Senna. I think that in terms of the decisiveness of Inspired, very impressive. I do think that FlyQuest was very snappy with their engages. And there was, of course, that crucial Rift Herald fight where AL just lost out. And I think there were moments where Shanks and Kael like lost summoners, and FlyQuest really, really leveraged it. Particularly with this game one, there was a moment on the Rift Herald that I think was the deciding factor. I think Shanks still had some good combos on mid, and Tarzan had some good mechanical outplays, but I think FlyQuest across the board just looked like the better team. Let's take a look at this situation here. Leading up to this fight, what I want to highlight is the fact that Kael has no flash and Shanks has no flash either. And while FlyQuest are late to this situation, I really appreciate that they are looking for this fight and using these details. Like, they are screaming right now, no flash, we should fight, we shouldn't let them have this. We're equally strong, we have full summoners. There's some elements here that go very well for FlyQuest. I think the wall is good for anyone's legend and they should just walk away, but they're the ones pushing for the fight. And then here Kael just W's, I don't know what he W's. Like his W was very strange. Kael Hope limping here and not seeing the Orianna ult was really bad. And then the combo out of Inspired. Look at Inspired's flash cooldown as it ticks. And then he jumps, and then Tarzan with the beautiful mechanical play here as the Q hits, reduces W cooldown, and then he's trying to find something where eventually Inspire just chills here, and then he spots him on this ward. Inspire should have definitely walked away, but then W flash. The key thing here for me is that I did think that 3 out of 5 anyone legend players really played this game ugly. I think Xayah game is hard to play into Senna and Orianna, generally speaking. But I do think that anyone's legend needed to warm up before they actually started the game. It was a night and day difference as the series progressed, how mechanically sound they looked as things progressed. But still, I don't want to take anything away from FlyQuest here, because I do think that they had a very good game. I think Masu showed what he's capable of. Busia had also good engage angles, and this was the best quad game of the day. But in the end, you know, if you want to put the contrast between this and the game that G2 played, you know, G2 won a game against Gen.G, but I think that Gen.G's, like G2's draft there, did a lot of heavy lifting in terms of covering the weaknesses of G2, while I think FlyQuest are capable of playing like a very, very strong macro game that leverages their advantage. I think the main thing to highlight for me is that Inspired is insanely sharp at finding like angles and opportunities to gank sides in between objectives. I think this is something he did in all of the games. In game number 2, I think the draft strategy really needs to be highlighted. The Renekton ban into setting up the Yorick, I think, is really good. There is, like, I put Bwipo, you know, Broken Blade obviously had a very, very bad tournament. But I do think that Bwipo this year has been inconsistent. And similar to BB, like when these counter picks don't work, they kind of solo lose you the game. And he was so close for this, so close for this to actually be a good lock-in. But when the Yorick and Ryze are accelerated and Trundle gets the grubs out of the early game, I do think that this game becomes insanely impossible to play. And then as well with the Kalista lock-in here, I think if the enemy shows Nico, you need to pivot to Leona Nautilus here and not pick Renata. I think, sure, you're picking Renata because Trundle is showing, but I think that you make your lane too weak. And if you're playing Victor against Ryze, and Ryze has Prio, and Koki Nico also push against Kalista Renata, and then the Trundle jungle is stronger against Vi, how do FlyQuest get any traction in this game? We can look at the Mordekaiser isolated as an issue, but I do think if you have no push mid, no push bot, and weaker jungle, you're going to have a terrible time. Taking a look at this game, I think it highlights some of the biggest strengths of anyone's legend that I've talked about, and that is their vision for the game. They have a very, very clear vision for how they want to win and what are the important conditions. When I say this, a lot of teams, when they play strong compositions, they waste their timers for things that don't necessarily, you know, lead to anything. So let's say here, the options that they have after this blue buff invade that they did here with the Trundle 6, where they push out Vi, because at this point Trundle got 3 crabs, which means that he is level 6 very early. Inspired gets the Gromp. Here, Trundle bases, and he has options out of base. Ryze can match the base here and go home, because this 730 wave is, you know, a cannon. So you can match the base and go home with Trundle. But Ryze catches one more wave, and Trundle, if Ryze base together with Trundle, they could maybe play for a Raptor invade. And then if not Raptor, maybe they could play for the red buff invade. But in the grand scheme of things, that's not going to really win you the game, because Inspired could be on time, and he's going to be 6, and he's going to be 6 against Tarzan 6. So if you use your timer to press invade, maybe the enemy can set up for grubs. So here in the end, Tarzan doesn't look to invade, doesn't look to press Inspire, because he realizes, yo, the important picture here is to make sure that you get grubs. He plans through, Bwipo has the same vision, Inspired has the same vision too, but Tarzan gets a smite, and it's so crucial. And the biggest detail here is that Tarzan, just because he got 3 crabs from earlier, took the blue, took also another camp here, means that he has the upgraded smite, and it made such a big difference here. And my point comes back to what I said before. It's just that seeing the bigger picture, they really want to secure the grubs, and that is going to have a massive impact on how good Ryze and Yorick is going to be able to pressure. So they get the 3 grubs, which is super, super nice. I didn't show the 1v1 kill here where Flandre completely dances on Bwipo. Let's take a look at this one. Bwipo uses his level 2 swing, and he tries to go. He misses the E. He misses the E here, which is of course super crucial, and then Flandre walks, and then he lasted enough minions to summon with the Q the little ghouls, and then he walks through Bwipo to dodge the next Q. I have never seen something so rude. He walks through him to dodge the Q. That is plain and simple, just nasty. Later on in the game, there's going to be another all-in attempt for the Mordekaiser, and I'm going to show that. I think it was remarkably close from Bwipo's side. Let me show it. I think we're going to get to the replay. I guess we can show this play on bottom side at the same time. So yeah, Vi is just trying to gank through bot. And the minigame that occurs here when they are both playing around the Renata, I think here FlyQuest lose a lot of HP. I don't know why they don't send it here. Why is Maso not Kalista ulting? I think this was a big problem. They should have Kalista ulted here so Vi can go and send it, and they push. I don't know why they let Busio lose so much HP and then they go back. and then they try to do the same exact play with Kalista ultimate. It's as if this is something that they reviewed in the middle of the game, you know? It's like, yo, just fucking Kalista ult and go, like, let's kill this guy. Look at the little mini game here that appears off of the back of the reset. They're trying to stay with Busio alive, and then he doesn't get the proc on the Koki kill, and doesn't match the gank. And then with the solo kill on top side, I think we're going to have it in a replay here. Take a look at this. Here's a replay. So here, a detail here to highlight is that there was a patch change that made Yorick follow into the Death Realm together with Flandre, which of course is a big deal. The cage doesn't follow. Someone in chat seemed to be like a Mordekaiser Yorick expert, and he explained that basically in this matchup, what you look for is a Bramble Vest base on Morde, and then you look to all in, and then you only ult if Yorick puts down the cage. But if Mordekaiser all-ins and he still has the cage and can use it in the realm, then it's easy for the Yorick to kite, which I think makes perfect sense. Sometimes the chat is very smart. That's why, you know, I as a person, you know, I don't think that I'm, you know, smarter than everyone in the world, and I'm willing to learn from everybody. So shout out to the chatter that brought that up, because I think that information just makes sense, you know. And then Flounder just survives with a sliver of health. The Q heals him back up, and then the cookies are popped, and then Whip had no flash because he looked for the all-in, and the game is over. The game is just over. I don't think that the draft is horrible. I think the draft is just bad. But for the reasons I stated before. I think Kalista, Renata into Koki, Nico is going to be tough to compete with, and then the enemy has Rice, Trundle. So the quad of bot side is just too strong, I think. Too strong. And I think Whip was pocket pick. It was close to working, but he got outplayed. Here as well, I think FlyQuest, they ran out of answers into Varus, and I think that they overcooked. I think, I say it, I think that the prep work here of FlyQuest was very disappointing. I have to say, this Jace ban is so out of place. Like, what is that Jace ban? I think giving Varus up is ridiculous. Alzir Annie was open as answers into TF. Giving Varus, I think, is a big mistake. Even here, if the first pick Varus is going to be good, but at least if your Jhin answer is there into Varus, at least set up a case where you ban Sion. Like, you ended up banning supports in Nautilus and Bard. Bard I can accept, but Nautilus shouldn't be a ban. And the enemy gets a Sion blind here, and then you pick Cho'Gath. I get it. You know, there was a game where, of course, Genji played Cho'Gath Twisted Fate, but the context is entirely different. They had a Senna ADC, and the enemy team, you know, didn't have the same level of bulk, you know. And in the end, I think Viego is probably the only champion that can potentially give this draft a chance, because you have this problem that you can't kill tanks and you need to be stronger early because the enemy outscales you. So Viego is legit the only pick. Viego is legit the only pick. And I think this was probably the most impressed I was with FlyQuest today, because I think they made a very difficult draft work very well. I think Inspired was an absolute demon. There was some scenarios he could play better, but that's always going to be the case with Viego, I believe. It's like how you overreach, how you push, how you play with all your abilities. There's so many things to fine-tune, so I don't want to like nitpick, but his early game was brilliant. He managed to find kills to get ahead, you know, found some good, you know, map splits, which was super, super nice. And then there were some crucial fights that were just
the draft for game 3 and immediately
so close. Let's start one where they almost killed Braum.
Ready?
And it comes down to like eating Braum with Cho'Gath, and it just doesn't happen. Let's fast forward a little bit. I think this is the one. This is the one. Let me go back. Let me go back. This is a good angle from FlyQuest. Not this one. This is not the one I'm talking about. Let's improve the quality for your beautiful, beautiful eyes. Let me fast forward. Get out the can. Get it very competitive in this game. Here, this is the moment. You know, it's just so damn close. Because here, I think if Whippo gets his feast off, which I think he can, I think they get this reset and Inspired's ult actually makes sense. But Whippo, I don't know if he doesn't have range here because he's rooted, because he's auto-attacking, I don't know. Like, if he gets his feast off, I don't know if it's Whippo's fault or he's just out of range. Whatever it is, it's so damn close. If he gets his feast off, in my mind, my understanding is with your champion model, if you can auto, you can feast. But I could be wrong here. Maybe somebody in YouTube comments can correct me. But if he gets his feast off here, I think this fight is Giga winning. But instead, Inspire gets knocked up by Wukong and Kael survives. And of course, Inspired's playing the crit Viego. Regardless of which Viego you play, you're not going to be tanky enough to survive this burst here. And then suddenly, AL get third Drake and, you know, the game flips on its head. But still, with this Nashor, there was still a fight that occurred in the game that was absolutely amazing. I did think anyone's legend kind of played the fight poorly, especially with how they use Bromult and Varusult. This is the lineup here for Seoul. Take a look at how the Varusult will be shot here, and it won't connect with anybody. Tarzan jiggling around the wall, finding angles. There's also that problem that nobody can really kill Sion realistically, even though they're doing a little bit of chip damage, I guess. Varusult already used, and here Bromult comes through, and Busio didn't even use Alistar ult yet. This is a very good opportunity for FlyQuest, even though the draft is weaker, much weaker here. I do think that this was very well played from them. And then Wukong gets the snap, and then here he just gets carded, while after his invis, I did think live that TF ult was the thing that revealed him, but it wasn't the case. Need to see how Busio actually uses ultimate, because it's a big deal. Let's take a look how Busio uses ultimate, because he's just, I think he just, Busio just kind of does nothing. The rest of the fight, I think Shanks finding the pocket is the most important part. That he goes over the wall and commits on quads, I think is really fucking insane. Really good play. Kael also following him. Hope with the flash over the wall to get feasted. I think it's kind of based because, you know, he dies to the feast, but Azir would die to the feast. And then here, you know, for sure you can nitpick the Viego play here, and he could play it a lot better, you know. But it's so unlucky because his Viego ult here, just because Azir is healthier, he pushes him away, you know. He pushes him away. And then Shanks gets the position. And then Shanks gets a quadra kill. And then the final fight of the game. I felt like at this point Shanks was just too powerful. In a realistic front to back, when the ults like Bromult and Varusult are actually used properly, I think it's such a big difference maker. But Flag was here. I think they just rushed in the play. Look where Jin and TF is when this play commences. And then Busio W's Brom out of all people. You know, he W's Brom out of all people. I don't know what that fucking does, you know. Like, you W Brom doesn't do anything, you know.
She jumps in, only hits on Kael though, and that's not really the target you want. Flydo going in with the double onslaught. This Chemsoul is secured by Tarzan. Bribbo's killed off Landre, the Inspired going for the resets.
I think Azir just does too much damage in the front to back. You just can't play a front to back because the DPS race is just not realistic at all, you know. It's just you're not accomplishing anything in the DPS race, you know. Final game, I think, was just a straight stomp. I think final game as well. I think this draft looks like a draft I would see in Season 3. Like, I got PTSD from, like, rules that I had to set. It's like, if I'm playing Shen, we're not playing Ziggs bot because we can't do shit in the game. I think this draft here, You have a losing mid lane. You have a Shen that has a hard time being active, in my opinion, because Ziggs is bot lane. I think, if anything, I think Tabe, masterclass today, bro. Getting Poppy here in the 4-5, I think, is a crime. I thought the picking Poppy here, I thought Poppy top was the angle. Like, I thought that's what's happening, and then the 5-pick something, you know? I thought they're picking Poppy. Because getting Poppy here into your comp when you have Lee, Not, and Shen is crazy talk. Poppy is a very powerful champ that gets banned in the 1-2-3 in first series and first games too. I think also when Shen shows, it becomes even more painfully obvious. I thought maybe like Maokai Yon could be played here too, but if Shen is locked in, there's no reason to play Yon and just go Aurora Poppy, you know? I think Aurora Poppy is so damn premium, it's so damn strong. There's not even a point of, you know, not even a point of even looking at the game. So, everyone's going to ask, Yamato, is FlyQuest better than G2? I would say so. I think Marso better than Hans Sama so far in terms of performance. I think Busio does some mechanical mistakes, but I think that he is playing macro at a very, very good level. I think his Spider is better than Skimond. I think Bwipo and BB, like BB set such a low bar that even though Bwipo wasn't great today, I can't, with what Bwipo showed, like what BB showed, you know, lean towards him. That's why I said at the beginning of this conversation, if Caps was on FlyQuest, maybe that was like the best case scenario. But obviously, this is just hypotheticals, you know. Quad is probably important in many ways for Fly, so I don't want to start that conversation too hard, you know. Fly versus G2 is going to be fucking fun. But we will talk about that matchup when the time comes, guys. We still have MKoi versus Bilibili, and T1 versus Seafood Security Service. If I want to give a player MVP, you know, it's Shanks. I think he played fucking phenomenal today in all 4 games. Besides losing the Flash one time in the Talia game, I think his Rise game was splendid. I thought his Aurora game was brilliant. His Azir game was fantastic. I thought Shanks was fantastic. Let's take a look at Koi versus Bilibili. So I said that this is the highest upset chance. I think Koi mechanically, individually, are worse than Bilibili. That's got to be true for any Western team, but for Koi, I think very much so. But I think Koi's strengths align very well against Bilibili. Why do I say this? I say this because I think their early game is very cohesive. With Alvaro Alioya are much better as a duo than On and Beishuan. I think Beishuan is not that great. And I feel like Alvaro Alioya early game can actually put Koi in potentially winning positions against Bilibili. If Koi is not ahead in the early game, Bilibili will slaughter them in teamfights. Slaughter them in teamfights. But I think Jodipune is good enough laner, and I think that as long as Koi draft strong 3v3s around mid, like let's say they have Braum, Xin, Azir as an example, or let's say they have Pantheon, Thalia, or like Vi, Ari, Leona. Like, as long as they have strong 3v3s around mid, I think Knight, jungle, and support can't keep up. And I think if you shut down Knight in the game, you can have chances. And then, additionally, I think that you can push Bin towards champions that he shouldn't be playing. If you get Bin playing Rumble and Ambessa, or even Sion, you're happy. If he's playing Gwen, Jax, Yorick. He's playing Gwen, Jax, Yorick, Camille. In good matchups, run. You've not done your work. You've not done your work if he's playing these champions in good matchups. So leverage your bans to throw Bin off. in-game, draft a very strong 3v3 trio to challenge Knight. Connect with jungle support, use that as an advantage, because On and Beishuan hate each other. If you walk into team fights, and Kesante too, Bin Kesante is insane. Please stop talking shit. That was a bit harsh. Sorry, it's 6 a.m. It's 6 a.m. and I'm tired. That was a bit harsh. But Bin Kesante is fucking insane. That's why I think MKOI, they have the highest potential of an upset here, because I think Bilibili is flawed as a team, and I think Koi has some strengths. I think AL is fucking fantastic. I think AL is really, really insane. So that's the one. Like, I think AL is super fucking insane, so I think it's just very tough to upset them. And then the other series, T1 versus CFO. I think CFO, their issue is that I think they are too unclean in their gameplay. This is a team that relies on individual skill and flair, and I think that the support is too one-dimensional. And I think Keria and Gumayushi will massacre Dogo and Kaiwing. I think they will slaughter them. I don't think Kaiwing is that good. He plays engage as well, but I think that is the dream for somebody like Keria. And I think that the advantages that this team gets are not going to be possible to obtain against this T1. I don't think it's possible. If anything, right, something to pay attention to is Hongkyu. This guy is fucking good. This guy is really, really fucking good. If they can start cooking around mid lane, because Faker plays a very lonely game most of the time. Like, Faker has so many isolated deaths. He dies to ganks, dies on mid. If they can isolate that and get into advantageous positions, maybe somehow. But I think CFO is going to get slaughtered. I think they're not going to get any entry into the game. CFO is too inconsistent in their setup, and they win because they have heavy flair, and I think that's not going to be possible here. And that's it. We will do a deeper breakdown of the conclusions we reached after these 4 BO5s, which is going to be super fun. And then we continue. We're gonna do a breakdown here. Maybe we do it after these BO5s, but we will review these ones tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching, guys. I'll catch you guys on the flippity flip. All the best to all of you. And peace. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.